Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Wandia, for that beautiful performance. Let's give it a clap. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 13th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. This is the 13th edition, and the competition is finally a teenager. I hope you're excited to be here this morning. So we have a lot lined up for you, but first things first, we'll start with the national anthem, as well as the East African Community Anthem and the Kenyatta University Anthem. Sound team, shall we?
Fountain of knowledge, well of running experience, a bubbling stream of wisdom, a promise of better tomorrow. Kenyatta, oh Kenyatta, our nation's star. Kenyatta, our nation's pride, University of our time.
Okay, we can lower our center of gravity. Just have your seats. Now, the next session, we are going to have two individuals. So we are going to have Miss Joanne Bikeri as well as Miss Aisha Swale for a word of prayer. Ladies, kindly take your position.
Let us pray. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. May the kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forevermore. Amen. Dear God, we thank you for this day. We ask for your grace and guidance. In Jesus' name I pray and believe.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Oh Allah, we begin this gathering in your name, seeking your guidance and your blessing. May our hearts be filled with patience and our minds with clarity. Guide us towards success, and may this event be beneficial for all. Amen.
Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, this is the 13th edition. It's been 12 years of excellence and consistency in the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. And the 13th edition is no different. So this year, the competition is bigger, it is better, and more impactful. So at this juncture, we have been having so many partners, and some of them are even represented in this particular forum right now. But unfortunately, early this year, we lost one person from the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. So I will request that we be upstanding so that we honor her. Her name is Dr. Roslyn Odede. She was the CEO of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. So we'll have a 1 minute of silence. Okay, thank you. We can have our seats. Then, before we proceed, just a bad mentioned that over the weekend, we had the International Women's Day, and I believe it wouldn't be prudent for us to proceed without wishing all the women in the room a happy International Women's Day. So I will request that you turn to any woman that is, next to you. Just wish them happy International Women's Day. Great. I hope everybody has received the Happy International Women's Day, and I hope that you also reciprocate when it comes to Men's Day. You also tell the men, yeah? Okay, so we'll move on swiftly. So I just want to invite the host, our host today. Were it not for him, we wouldn't be here in this particular hall. So I'll invite the Deputy Executive Dean of Kenyatta University School of Law, Dr. Tom Ratemo, to give his remarks. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Professor Washeke Wanjoi, the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, and our Chief Guest, Professor James Kungu, the DVC Academic, Kenyatta University, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger, the Conrad Adno Stephen Foundation, our representatives from Transparency International, Ms. Anne Murungi from Viva Africa Consulting LLP, representatives from the Amnesty International Kenya, representatives from the Institute of Social Accountability, representatives from Uraya Trust, representatives from Mzalendo Trust, representatives from International Justice Mission, the representatives from the Independent Medical Legal Unit, representatives from the Mohamed Muigai LLP, representatives from the Ongerio, Miti and Bush Advocates, representatives from Rachia and Amolo Advocates, representatives from Nabuil Abara Advocates, representatives from Thondo Kihungu and Company Advocates, representatives from Siasa Place, representatives from Africa Forum and Network on Debt and Development, representatives from Adiri Group and Kenya Human Rights Commission, representatives from Katiba Institute and Kenya Association of Manufacturers, representatives from the Institute of Public Finance and DPO 360, and finally representatives of Office of the Data Protection and the Law Society of Kenya, the management board members, Kenyatta University, members of staff of various schools represented, the members of staff, Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands Campus, the student participants from various law schools, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you to Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands Campus, for the 13th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court Competition 2025. The competition offers a platform for law students to moot on emerging human rights challenges in Kenya and the societal implications. Ladies and gentlemen, 14 years after the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Kenyan citizens are yet to fully enjoy the rights and fundamental freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. Clamor for a cleaner environment, poor governance, lack of accountability and transparency on the part of the government in addressing matters affecting the general public, coupled with the advent of artificial intelligence, as well as poor response to public protests, especially by the Gen Z, has led to the violation of the rights and fundamental freedoms of the Kenyan citizenry. The question is, are our elected leaders ready to save the common mwananchi from the current state of affairs? Ladies and gentlemen, it is for the foregoing reasons that the 13th edition, under the theme Tides of Change, Safeguarding Human Rights and Enhancing Government Accountability in the Digital Era, aims at exploring discussions related to good governance, fiscal sustainability, transparency, accountability, data protection, environmental sustainability, public participation, national security, extrajudicial executions, abductions, and the right to peaceful assembly, demonstration, picketing, and petition. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure the actualization and address of contemporary legal issues Kenya is facing, a 5-day moot court competition is scheduled to take place from today, the 10th of March to 14th of March at the school, Parklands campus. The framework of the competition entails first a conference, which shall be a platform for engagement on topics revolving around the theme by selected panelists in various panel discussion, and second, the moot court and research competition, which are scheduled to begin immediately after this conference. I believe that by the end of the competition, the over 15 teams represented here will formulate possible solutions to the problems Kenyans are facing today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the school and the universities at large is very much grateful to those whose work has gone into planning this memorable event. The university is equally grateful for all who have found time to come and attend this memorable event. To our chief guests, sponsors, and all of you, thank you once again for your attendance and extending support for the 13th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court competition. I trust that by the end of this competition, our resolve to change the tides, safeguard human rights, and enhance government accountability in the digital era will be strengthened. I wish you a fruitful day and a week ahead. Once again, I say welcome to Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands campus. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him better. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you all know that this competition is usually organized by a group of students who are part of a committee, I think around 13 or 11 students, and who bring together partners to make this competition a success. So next, I would like to invite a lady who is the president of the 13th edition of this particular session so that she can give her remarks. So help me welcome Ms. Faith Jerusha Mahinda.
The Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, members of the Kenyatta University Management Board present, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger, Director at the Konrad Adenauer Steve Tang Foundation, Mrs. Anne Mubia Murungi, Partner at Viva Africa Consulting Limited, Ms. Aurelia Muheso, on behalf of Amnesty International Kenya, esteemed partners present, participating students, colleagues and fellow students, lecturers, friends and family. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, our baby is finally a teenager. A round of applause, please. On behalf of the steering committee, I thank you all for making time to honor our invitations throughout the 13th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition, including bracing the chill and rain this morning to grace our opening ceremony. Karibuni and asanteni sana. The 13th edition boasts of drawing partnerships across the legal, manufacturing, and environmental sectors, informed by the theme, Tides of Change, Safeguarding Human Rights and Enhancing Government Accountability in the Digital Era. Ladies and gentlemen, since 18th May 2024, the 13th edition has embodied the spirit of rebirth, as exemplified by the intentionality witnessed in each step of the preparation process leading up to this moment. The steering committee has spent countless sleepless nights, all with one goal in mind, that is, to deliver the most impactful edition of the competition yet, while creating a memorable experience for all that engage with it. Ladies and gentlemen, the setup you see today, we insisted on these fairy lights, and the engagements that will follow throughout this week are truly a testament to the hard work and undeniable dedication put in by the students constituting the steering committee. I have been privileged to serve with Hamisi Ombasa, Banis Wangeshi, Celine Maina, Wendy Anekea, Stephen Kamara, Simon Kimuhu, Joanne Bikeri, Aisha Swale, Grace Moige, Jeremy Nyoike, and Charlene Joy Wandera. I have loved working with this team, and I am proud to introduce these individuals to you today. A round of applause, please. Esteemed guests, we undoubtedly acknowledge that the 13th edition stands on the shoulders of giants today. We have received limitless support from those who have served before us. We are also privileged to have some of the former presidents and committee members in our midst today. Notably, we acknowledge the contributions by Ms. Karimi Janet, Mr. Timothy Dhondu, Mr. Emmanuel Fuamba Baraza, Mr. Alex Esenga, Mr. Kelvin Kiarie, Ms. Nelly Toyek, and Ms. Mary Nyawera, some of whom are in absentia. These are individuals who have never failed to answer our calls where we sought to consult. May the generosity they have demonstrated in enabling us to tap into their networks and prior experience never go unrewarded. Additionally, we would do great disservice to the individuals who, although they may not have served on the committee directly, continue to offer themselves to this service, including Professor Thomas Milei, Dr. Faith Kabata, Ms. Elizabeth Wambiri, and the support staff at the Kenyatta University Parklands campus. We also acknowledge the contributions made by Dr. Atemo. Ladies and gentlemen, the All Kenyan Moot Court competition continues to break barriers and witness significant growth, and the 13th edition has been no different. This edition, we aimed at increasing the amount of engagement between our esteemed partners and participants. In a 3-part webinar series conducted over the period beginning early this year, we broke down the major topics that the 13th edition theme addresses. And this includes the economic conditions in Kenya and the contribution that transparency, integrity, and accountability makes, as well as the role of social media in advocating for human rights and good governance in the country. We are keen to further address the issues surrounding the strategic litigation against public participation, the impact of taxation measures on investor confidence, even as we work towards 100% green energy as a country, and finally, the need to balance between public safety and privacy rights in the digital age through the panel discussions scheduled for right after this opening ceremony and tomorrow morning. Most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, our deepest heartfelt gratitude today goes out to our partnering organizations and institutions. The committee may have worked on the substantive details to organize the competition, but we deeply recognize that this would not be possible without the following partners: Kenyatta University, the Konrad Adenauer Steve Tang Foundation Rule of Law Program for Sub-Saharan Africa, Amnesty International Kenya, Viva Africa Consulting LLP, Transparency International Kenya, Uraia Trust, Mzalendo Trust, International Justice Mission, the Independent Medical Legal Unit, the Institute for Social Accountability, Mohamed Muigai LLP, Gary Omiti and Bush Advocates LLP, Rachel and Amolo Advocates LLP, Nabwire Obara Advocates, Thondo Kihungu and Company Advocates, Siasa Place, the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, Adili Group, Kenya Human Rights Commission, Katiba Institute, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Institute of Public Finance, DPO 360, the Office of the Data Protection Commission, Law Society of Kenya, and finally, the National Council for Law Reporting, Kenya Law. Our dear participants, it is lovely to see you here after months of endlessly engaging with you virtually and via email. May you have a lovely week, and I take this opportunity to wish you all the very best in this competition. God bless you all. God bless the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
A better clap as the president walks to her seat. Perfect. So the next session, we're going to have a few partners presenting their remarks. And to start us off will be Dr. Stephanie from Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Yeah, karibu sana, daktari.
The acting Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, the acting Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, Professor Wacheke Wanyohi, esteemed faculty members and representatives of Kenyatta University School of Law, esteemed President and representatives of the All Kenyan Moot Court Organizing Committee, distinguished co-partners, honored guests, participants, and students. It is a great pleasure for me as the director of Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Rule of Law program for Sub-Saharan Africa to welcome you today as a partner of the All Kenyan Moot Court that is taking place for the 13th time already, and which has developed over the years into a reputable, very well-known institution in this country, and I would say also beyond. Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Rule of Law program is honored to support this important initiative, standing alongside the next generation of legal practitioners in a competition between committed law students from all over Kenya that has, over the last 12 years, established itself as an invaluable training ground for advocacy, fostering a deeper understanding of legal frameworks to safeguard fundamental rights and promote good governance and accountability. For those of you who are not that familiar with our organization, let me give you some brief background. Konrad Adenauer Foundation is a German political organization that has its headquarters in Berlin, in Germany, with the core mission of fostering democracy, good governance, social market economy, peace and solidarity in Germany and worldwide. The foundation operates through more than 100 offices around the globe, and our Rule of Law program is just one of them and one of more than 20 offices in Sub-Saharan Africa. Since 2006, we have been actively promoting democracy, human rights, and good governance in the region, working with high-ranking legal experts from judiciaries, public prosecution, academia, in different fields like constitutionalism, human rights, international criminal justice. However, we believe that upholding the rule of law is not the sole responsibility of courts or legislatures. It also begins with empowering young people. The youth are not only the future of the legal profession, they are an active force in shaping its present. When young minds engage in legal discourse, question injustices, and champion human rights, they reinforce the principles that support justice and good governance. Through our work as Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we have seen firsthand the impact of youth engagement in legal advocacy. So we do numerous projects with young people. We have a very strong focus on that, like, for example, numerous projects we have done here with Kenyatta University, sending student missions to marginalized communities. That's our Center for Clinical Legal Research in Sustainable Development. Or you might have heard of our film Journey to Justice on access to justice that we actually have implemented with students from Kenyatta University, just to name few of our projects. Our initiatives across sub-Saharan Africa are rooted in the recognition that the inclusion of the young generation plays a crucial role in strengthening justice systems and promoting accountability. The arguments and discussions that take place in moot court competitions like this one contribute to the broader legal discourse and governance reforms of tomorrow. Today, the rule of law faces evolving challenges. Across the region and globally, issues as human rights protection, governance, and accountability are increasingly influenced by digital transformation. While digital advocacy has expanded opportunities for rights protection, it has also introduced new concerns, ranging from privacy risks and cyber surveillance to the spread of misinformation. The theme of this year's competition, Tides of Change, Safeguarding Human Rights and Enhancing Government Accountability in the Digital Area, is therefore both timely and utterly relevant. This competition is more than an academic exercise. It is an opportunity to develop and refine the skills that will serve you, dear young participants, throughout your legal careers. Every argument you construct, every challenge you tackle, and every perspective you consider will help shape the advocacy work you may undertake in the future. I encourage you to approach this competition not only as a contest, but as a chance to learn, inspire, and reaffirm your role in advancing justice and the rule of law. In this context, I extend my sincere appreciation to the All Kenyan Moot Court Organizing Committee, the faculty and staff of Kenyatta University School of Law, our co-partners, the distinguished panel of judges, legal practitioners, and guest speakers. Your time, expertise, and insights provide invaluable learning experiences for our young advocates to be. And to the participants, we commend you for your commitment and your passion to be and to succeed in this important competition. Your engagement here today is a testament to the enduring strength of the rule of law. In closing, let us all not forget that the rule of law and democracy are no static achievements. They are living principles that demand constant vigilance and renewed effort. The pursuit of justice is an active commitment, one that requires critical thinking, informed voices, and a steadfast dedication to upholding the rule of law, which is why today's gathering is so significant. I'm confident that through the work we will do together throughout this week, we will be able to create an impact that will extend beyond this competition. And as our president here mentioned already, this might be the most impactful of all Kenyan moot court competitions. I wish you all an inspiring week, and to our young participants, all of luck and success and an unforgettable experience. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you, Dr. Stephanie. Thank you for being here. Now, as Dr. Stephanie was giving her speech, someone very important walked in, and he is the pioneer, the person who started the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. He's actually the first president of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. So I will request Dr. Paul Gishana to just stand up as we appreciate him. Thank you so much for being here. So next we are going to have Mrs. Anne Mubia Murungi, who is going from Viva Africa to give her regards and remarks.
Thank you very much, and good morning. By way of introduction, as you've heard, my name is Anne Mubia Murungi. I'm the partner in charge of business at Viva Africa Consulting, LLP. And I'd just like to recognize, of course, the acting VC, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, the School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences at the Kenyatta University, the Secretariat led by Faith Mahinda, in bringing together the AKMCC this year. I've seen the work that's gone into it, very, very impressive by you and your Secretariat. The participants of the Moot, as they say, from us to you, we wish you the very best as you commence this journey this week. And, in my world where we don't observe protocols often, let me close off that section by saying all protocols observed. So Viva Africa is a firm that's 17 years old. So I liked the part where we said AKMCC is 13, a teenager, effectively. That makes us, a little older in terms of age. So we, our founding partners broke off from one of the big four here. They were the top brass in their tax department at Deloitte. And 17 years ago, they had a vision of creating something different. I like the theme is led by tides of change, because at that time, what was driving them was really tides of change in their spectrum and at their time. And so they wanted to create an independent model where, if when you get into the spectrum of the audit firms, there's a lot that goes into risk assessments and checking, audit conflicts and things like that. And it's always going to be audit that leads and tax follows. And their vision and their, energies were different. They had a misalignment because they always thought that tax should lead. Tax should lead business, tax should lead how things are done, and tax should change the world. And so that's how our firm came to be. And a year after the firm opened its doors is when I joined the firm, so I'm 16 years old there. And we had 4 founding partners. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, we lost one of them. So we have 3 left. And at that time, again, a wave of change swept through the firm. And so we ended up having 3 partners in charge of operations. And that's how I ascended into the partnership. Today, as we speak, we have 40 employees with legal, finance, economics, tax backgrounds. And we've evolved over time from just being a specialist boutique tax firm to being a leading business and investment solutions firm. That means that we just look at issues from a legal, finance, regulatory, tax. It's a myriad of things. And so for us, it's very interesting, when this opportunity came to us to come in as a sponsor to support the AKMCC. We just thought it a very opportune time for us to begin to engage with the mooting world, AKMCC, of course, being at the top of that, and to begin to tap into this excellent talent pool that it presents. So we serve a client, dynamic that is across the spectrum. They force us to sharpen ourselves, and they force us to be, different. It cannot be business as usual at all when we're dealing with our clients. They expect that when they move into a new business line, we know more about that new business line than they do. If they're implementing a new product or a project, that we're ahead of them in learning, in evolving, and in being the best ahead of them. And so we are always being forced to sharpen our skills and look for people who help sharpen us. At our firm, we believe that you cannot know everything. and that you have to learn from those, especially younger, who come along the way. They know a lot more than us. And so we spend a lot of time listening to what our clients want in order to give them what they need. But in order to be that responsive to them, then we have to look for brilliant minds, such as yourselves, and to learn from what you have to say in order to provide those solutions. And that is how we thought not just to sponsor, but to also come in and sponsor as a diamond sponsor, and to fully support the AKMCC in that way. But even over the years, one of the things that we've done that has been frustrating for us has been, pushing for tax reform and pushing for tax changes and pushing for everything that's in that spectrum of various things. Why? Very many of our clients are top investors, and we've seen very many of them pull out of the Kenyan market over things that we thought were very unfortunate. Changes in law and, having a national tax policy at that time that remained in draft form for so many years, that kind of did not give investors the confidence that they needed. And so we were always perpetually changing, pursuing amendments in law or defending certain positions to remain as they were in the law. And it was very refreshing, we must say, in 2024, when the finance bill came to the fore, was proposed, and it wasn't just our voice or the voice of professionals and other parties in this country who wanted to really push for change and reform. And so we saw an uprising like no other in our space, in our usually quiet world. Our usually quiet world turned very, very noisy in 2024. And it was refreshing for us who had been at this for quite a long time. One of the things we've come to learn is that we must listen to the ground, quote unquote, as we say. And so at our firm, we listen to our youngsters, who now, by the way, form 70% of our team, young people under 30. The tide of change has come into our firm in that sense, that what we want at the top is not necessarily aligned with what they want. And so we have to listen in order to swim in the same direction. It is currently an employer's market. And therefore, what have we seen? In talent, the traditional forms of pursuing talent have completely changed. Employers are now pursued in the most interesting of ways, no longer the way it used to be in trying to find the right fit. Again, the tides of change have fit into that. Through listening to you, young people, and the way that you do things, and how quick you find information, and how intentional and deliberate you are, we have seen that we have found mooters, 3 of them actually at our firm, former mooters through the AKMCC, rise to the top to be our top performers at present, unbeaten. And it is through them that we actually got to know about AKMCC. And one of them is the one who pushed for us to come in and consider this as a sponsorship opportunity. And so what you're doing here in spending your time doing this, it is not a waste of your time. Having dealt with the Secretariat, they are amazing leaders. And so one of the things that we have learned about KU through this journey and through employing, traditionally, everyone used to think one particular law school was the one you went into talent, to tap into talent. Through this journey of dealing with AKMCC Secretariat, through our 3 top stars at our firm, the KU School of Law is doing something phenomenal. And it is something that from an employer's perspective, we recognize. So from what I can see here today, and all the faces in the room, I'm really looking forward to spending the rest of today with you. Through the course of the week, this week, there'll be various team members from Viva Africa that will be around, serving in one capacity or another. From what we can see, from how we've been received today, and everything that's happened today, we are very, very pleased. Thank you for your hospitality, and I wish you an excellent week ahead.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Murungi. And indeed, there's a change of tides. The young people are the emerging force currently. So make sure, if you're a young person, make sure you're not left behind. So next on stage, we are going to have Miss Aurelia Miheso from Amnesty International. Karibu sana.
Acting Vice Chancellor and our honored guests today, all protocol observed, the Moot judges, esteemed participants, good morning. Good morning once more. So I'd like to welcome you to this Moot Court competition about the evolving field of human rights and technology. So currently this era is shaped with a lot of technological advancement, which pose a huge challenge to professionals and experts in safeguarding human rights in the digital space. The safeguarding of our rights, that's our right to privacy, our freedom of expression, our access to information right in the digital sphere is very paramount. And so today, we delve into complex legal scenarios that challenge the very foundations of privacy, security, and access in the digital age. And so, the case that we are going to argue today during our Moot competition not only represent, but also is a reflection of the real-world dilemmas that are faced by individuals, organizations, and even the government. We have seen so many determinations from the Office of the Data Protection Act, from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, based on the violation of the right to privacy. We have so many cases from the ombudsperson on access to information, and just to mention but a few. So that clearly tells us that there are so many things that are pending, or so many challenges that we face with the technological advancements. And so I'll pose a question to all of us. How do we create a balance between innovation and regulation, between security and liberty, while embracing technology? How can you use the data that we have to better develop? And so we are here to examine the rights and responsibility that are key in shaping our digital interactions. Amnesty International is a global movement which was founded in 1961, and our Kenyan office was established in 2012. Our vision is to see a world where there are no injustices. So despite working on various human rights issues, we have a program that focuses on the intersection between technology and human rights. And we basically work with young people to ensure that young people, the government, generally the data governance ecosystem, in whichever capacity they are working on, are able to realize that human rights is core and fundamental in every interaction and every initiative that we partake. And so as Amnesty International Kenya, we are very pleased to support this initiative, specifically because it is led by young people. And we believe that we are building a movement, so we have to start at the root, where for us to be able to see a movement that there are no injustices in the world. And so our contribution to the data governance ecosystem as young people in the All Kenya Moot Court competition is very key, because these are the young experts, these are the people that are going to fuel this discussion as years go by. And so let us begin with the understanding that the decisions that are made here, the arguments that we are going to present, have real-world implications for the future of digital rights. And we look forward to having an insightful, and we wish all the winners of this Moot Court competition, we wish all the participants of this Moot Court competition all the best. And just a special thank you for the University Administration and the All Kenya Moot Court Competition Steering Committee for all the efforts that you put into delivering this incredible initiative. Thank you all, and we look forward to a fruitful engagement.
Asante sana, Ms. Aurelia. Now we are going to proceed to the admin remarks. And first, we are going to have Professor James Kongo, who is the DVC academic here at Kenyatta University. Karibu sana. You will in turn welcome or invite the VC. Welcome. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Wacheke Wanjohi, Dr. Stephen, who have just moved out from Conland, Madam Anne Mufia Mulongi from FIFA Africa, Faith Malinda, the President of AKMCC, Dr. Tom Ratema, our Deputy Executive Dean, School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, are very hard-working members of management who may be present today, and also our faculty, especially from this great school. Our students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It was very fulfilling when I heard Madam Mahinda, not Mahinda, but this is who, Anne, talking about the experience that she is having in her organization. That is a true testament of the good work the university, led by our First Chancellor, and also our hard-working staff members you are doing in producing products that when they go in the institutions, they are emerging the winners. Thank you and God bless you. You are doing a good job. I can say that this can be reflected not only in this School of Law, but also when we look across our other schools. It's quite encouraging where our university is heading to. And that is why, even at the international level, we are being recognized for the good work that we are doing. My job is very simple, to invite our Vice Chancellor to come and speak to us. And since I know there are other students from other universities, feel very free and feel very much at home. And it's my encouragement to you that even as you think of after finishing your first degree, you can always come back to Kenyatta University. Thank you and God bless you. Let's welcome our First Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Professor Kungu. I want to start by acknowledging the members of university management present here, those that support me in the day-to-day running of the university. I also want to acknowledge the very, very many partners whose list I cannot exhaust. And so I'll acknowledge by name those who are here. I want to acknowledge Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger. Unfortunately, she's not here. That is of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I feel very personally supported by this organization, having done part of my PhD in Germany, having been a visiting professor at Humboldt University, having implemented several projects with our German institutions. I feel very, very proud, and I think that needs to be communicated to her. And I've also been here several times, I think since 2021, and they have always been present. So really, it is something that I really want to acknowledge, and the support and the many things that they have done through the different faculty in the school. I would also like to acknowledge Ms. Murungi. This is of FIFA Africa Consultancies LLP, appreciating for the kind remarks that you have made about our university, and really say that this is something, as a university, continuous improvement that we continue being committed to. Also, thank you very much to Madam Miheso. This is Aurelia of Amnesty International. Thank you again for your remarks and support of this particular event. I also want to appreciate Madam Faith Mahinda, the President of the All Kenya Moot Courts Competition Committee. It makes me feel very, very proud because I do understand that this 13-member committee is all behind this. And why I'm very, very proud is because one of the things that we continue to be committed to do in this university is to make sure that we grow the leaders and optimize the opportunity that the students have with us. If it is 4 years, if it is 5 years, if it is 6 years, we want them to optimize the opportunities that present themselves besides their pursuit of their academic discipline. They take full advantage of all the other opportunities so that by the time they leave, we are actually releasing a wholly well-developed individual that can serve in different sectors. And based on what I see and based on your presentation, I'm very, very proud of what the committee has already done. Student-led, student-guided, of course with the oversight of the dean and the faculty and the support of the faculty that has been ably been presented. And I believe also the MC must have been part of that committee. Am I right? So congratulations, you're also doing very well as a team. And I was also very pleased that we are doing this for the 13th time, Kenyatta University School of Law. And what I was also pleased about is that when you embarked on this planning, you did not disregard the experiences from the previous committees. And I'm so happy that you have brought their experiences on board because that contributes to continuous improvement. We are very, very happy about that. And maybe at this point I should say in respect to that the university usually sponsors a 6 weeks training course called the Growing Leaders program for all our students. And the university sponsors that, and this is meant to just develop your skills, people's skills, your leadership skills, so that we can better able go out there and serve the nations, go out there and serve the world. So it's just an additional training that complements your training in your discipline. And that just demonstrates the commitment of the university to make sure that we release a well-developed, high-quality, skilled individual to serve the nation. And this has been demonstrated, by the way, by the tracer studies that we have done specifically for the School of Law. So it's not a fluff, and numbers usually don't lie. So thank you very much. And because of that, I am sure now you know Kenyatta University is the premier university, having been ranked #1 by the Tier 1 ranking institution, that is the Times Higher Education. And I want to emphasize, because there are many bodies that are ranking universities, but the Times Higher Education is in Tier 1. There are also results that have been released by the Sub-Saharan Times Higher Education. Kenyatta University does not participate in that. So when you don't see us ranked, it's because we don't and we will not be participating in that. Because you can't participate in Tier 1 ranking and then you now go down and start participating in Tier 1, Tier 3, 4, 5, 6 downwards. There was also another results that were released recently, and we have continued to emphasize that we participate in Times Higher Education, and we also submit our data for purposes of webometric ranking. So I think it is important for us to understand that. And I also want to appreciate really all all the members of staff in the School of Law. You have continued to do a lot of work to prepare our students for this particular competition. And I know you are very lean on the ground, but we are doing all we can to make sure that we meet the requirements, right? And we'll continue to do that as management. I know we have full support by the council. I also want to appreciate all the 15 teams that are participating from different universities. Thank you for responding. Thank you for choosing to participate in this competition. And we want to believe, as previous speakers have spoken, it's not just about competition, but there is also a lot of learning that goes on even as you participate in that. I also want to appreciate the founder. You are Paul Gishana. Probably I might have said this before, but when you begin something because you have a vision, that thing has a capacity to be sustained. And seeing you here 13 years after, it just demonstrates the level of commitment to ensuring that this succeeds. And so congratulations for having taken the bold step to actualize, commence your vision, and now you can see the difference that it has made. So congratulations, and I believe that you will continue supporting this, I believe, until you breathe your last. I also want to appreciate the very, very many partners that are supporting this particular event. I see the room has several pull-up banners for different organizations, different institutions. Please appreciate, please accept our appreciation for the support that you have given this particular event. So it is really a great opportunity, therefore, for me to welcome you all to the 13th edition of All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. And we, as Kenyatta University, through the School of Law here, are very, very proud to be hosting this particular competition for the 13th time. And All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, as you are all aware, is a premium competition that brings together students from all law schools in Kenya, as well as industry players such as judiciary and other law agencies. And today, I want to say that we are truly honored to have participants from various law schools, including University of Nairobi Parkland campus, the African Nazarene University, Kisii University, Daystar University, Egerton University, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Karen campus, Mount Kenya University, Embu University, Strathmore University, Riara University, Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and we are very, very pleased. And you can see it's a combination of public and private, because there is really no divide. So thank you very much. So the competition over the years has become a signature event in Kenya's legal landscape, offering a unique platform for the young legal minds to engage in the intellectual discourse, advocacy, and policy analysis. At Kenyatta University, we take pride in the fact that our students continue to take the lead in organizing and executing such a prestigious initiative, reinforcing our commitment to nurturing academic excellence, critical thinking, and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, this competition is more than just a forum for a legal debate. It is a training ground for the future policymakers, jurists, and advocates for our great nation. The issues discussed here resonate deeply with the realities of our governance structures and legal system. It is rewarding to note that by engaging in this competition, Students do not merely argue hypothetical cases. They grapple with real-world legal and human rights challenges. They develop the skills necessary to shape the future of Kenya's legal and political landscape. So do not let the discussions that you hold in this event just go to waste. Find the application in your own spaces. And where you are not able to find the applications horizontally, you have mechanism to push it vertically through our partners, through our great partners that have able to access where you are not able to. So ride on them. Over the years, all Kenya Moot Court competitions have proved to be a breeding ground for brilliant legal minds who go on to make significant contributions in law, governance, and human rights, both locally and internationally. And Madam Mrs. Murungi has already given examples of 3 outstanding staff in their organization that are doing an amazing work. And as you are all aware, the role of universities extends beyond teaching and research. We are also incubators of ideas and change, and we promote critical and creative thinking. In fact, in our university, that is one of the university common unit that every student must undertake. Hence, through such initiatives, Kenyatta University continues to uphold its role in bridging the gap between legal education and societal impact. The All Kenya Moot Court competition, therefore, serves as an avenue where students learn not just the theory of law, but also the practical implications of justice, governance, and constitutionalism. It is through such initiatives that our students gain first-hand experience in shaping the discourse around crucial national issues, from public finance, human rights, to digital governance and environmental justice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's equally significant to note that this year's theme on the competition, that is Tides of Change, safeguarding human rights and engaging government accountability in the digital era, is quite significant to the university. As Kenyatta University, we are especially proud since it resonates well with our philosophy as a university which is being sensitive and responsive to societal needs and endeavors to fulfill the right of every person to knowledge. We are particularly pleased to note that this competition, as I said earlier, is student-led, showcasing the initiative, the determination, and the organizational skills of our young scholars. Is a testament to their passion, their commitment to the legal profession that they have year after year, bringing together key stakeholders, including members of the judiciary and many others, to engage in meaningful conversations. These discussions extend beyond the moot court and research competition. They contribute to the broader national and international legal discourse, influencing thought leadership in Kenya and also way beyond. I would like, therefore, to take this moment to extend my deepest gratitude again to all our esteemed partners, and your continued patronage ensures that these competitions remain a hallmark of excellence, inclusivity, and legal mentorship. By investing in these young minds, you are investing in the future of Kenya's legal and governance framework. And as I conclude, I wish to commend all our students and participants for stepping up to this challenge. This competition is not just about winning. It is about learning. It is about growing. It is about sharpening your legal acumen. The skills you acquire here, research, advocacy, legal writing, and critical reasoning will serve you well beyond this competition. Therefore, take full advantage of the opportunity to engage with the experts, expand your networks, and refine your understanding of the law. Further, I extend my appreciation to all the partners and sponsors, as I said before, for the continuous support you have given to the students to make this Moot competition a reality. I'm very, very confident that this partnership and networking goes a long way in shaping the young scholars to become diligent professions for the near future, for the future. And as we officially open the 13th edition of All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, I urge you all to approach this experience with curiosity, commitment, a mind that is full of inquiry, and a sense of purpose. This is your moment to engage. It's your moment to challenge perspectives, and it's your moment to contribute to the ever-evolving legal landscape of our country and express your independent minds. I completely have no doubt that the insights gained here will inspire new solutions, inform future policies, and pave the way for a more just and accountable society. I therefore wish all of you a wonderful learning experience and best of luck in the competition. And as we usually say, may the best team win. And with those few remarks, I now wish to declare the 2025 All Kenyan Moot Court Competition officially open. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor, but I'll request that you don't be in a hurry to sit. The All Kenyan Moot Court Competition has a surprise for you. So I will request the President and the team to also present the gift to our Vice Chancellor. And I will request that we also clap as she receives her gifts. Then the photographers, please be on standby. We need very quality photos as she receives her gift. Let's clap.
Thank you.
Let's clap as she... Okay, so we also had a gift for one of the partners, Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, but unfortunately she's not here, but we'll call one of the representatives from the organization to also receive her gift. So I'll invite Marcela Olo, again the President. Let's clap for them as they... Let's clap. Okay, thank you so much, Madam President, for gifting our partners as well as the Vice Chancellor. Now, I would like to invite the student coordinator of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, Ms. Wendy Anekea, to give the vote of thanks.
Okay. The Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, members of the Kenyatta University Management Board present, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger, Mrs. Anne Mubia Murungi, partner at Viva Africa Consulting LLP, esteemed partners, participating students, colleagues, and fellow students, lecturers, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks at the opening ceremony of the 13th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. For the last 13 years, this competition has been more than just an event. It has a platform for growth, learning, sharpening advocacy skills of young legal minds, and promoting legal discourse. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our partners for not only gracing this occasion with their presence, but also the most gracious support you have given to us in the past year since we began organizing the competition. Your support reminds us of the responsibility we bear as future legal practitioners to uphold justice, integrity, and the rule of law, which is what the All Kenyan Moot Court competition is all about. Once again, thank you for working tirelessly to bring this competition to life. Your commitment to legal education and advocacy ensures that law students across the country have a space to perfect their skills in research and presentation. To our 24 participating teams, we appreciate and congratulate your dedication and enthusiasm. Mooting is more than just a competition. It is a journey of intellectual growth, resilience, and teamwork. Regardless of the outcome, this competition will ensure that every participant walks away with an invaluable experience that will shape their future in the legal profession. To the honorable judges who will be assisting in adjudging the moot and research competitions, we express our sincere appreciation for sparing your time and expertise. Your assistance will not only determine the winners, but also serve as an essential learning tool for all competitors. Finally, to everyone present today, thank you for your support and for being part of this remarkable event. As we embark on this competition, let us uphold the spirit of fairness, professionalism, and dedication to promoting legal discourse. Thank you, and best of luck to all the teams.
Now we are coming to the end of the session. I really appreciate you for being patient and waiting till we've had all the speeches and the event has become a success. Now the next session we are going to have a photo session on the other side of the school, the old school, and we will do it in this particular order. So we are going to have the high table going first, then we'll have the management and partners who are going to join in that particular photo, then the organizing committee, and finally, if any of the students would like to be part of the photo, you'll also join the photo. So first and foremost, we'll allow our Vice Chancellor to leave. She is one of our VVIPs. We can clap for her as she leaves together with the partners. Very well, and kindly note that we will have meals after this, so you'll be guided by some of the committee members, so do not be in a rush to leave. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. The competition is officially open, and I want to wish all the teams all the best as you start your competition. May the best team win. Thank you. Oh yeah, I am actually being reminded. So in the afternoon, we are going to have panel discussions. So kindly do not be in a hurry to leave because you are going to be the participants. So yeah, we will really need you to be in that panel discussion so that you also contribute to the same. So I want to wish you the best. And thank you so much for being here. an engaging session with all of us. So for this particular session, I would like to invite Mr. Simon Kimuhu, who will in turn introduce all the panelists who will be participating in this particular forum. Let's appreciate him as he comes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as Hamisi mentioned, my name is Simon Kemuhu Mureithi, and I serve as the Deputy Head of Moot for the 13th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, and I would like to welcome you to our first panel for the 13th edition. And our first panel is on strategic lawsuits against public participation. And strategic lawsuits against public participations are suits strategically filed to silence critics, suppress digital activism, and intimidate individuals who strive to defend our rights. And before we begin, I'd like to mention a few names just to warm us up. And I'd like to hear if you know these people, just respond yes. And if you don't know them, you can say no. Are we in agreement? For example, I've just said my name is Simon. So if I mention Simon, you say yes. Okay? If you know me, right? So how many of us know Mr. Boniface Mwangi? Yes. We all know him, right? Maverick Kaoko? If you don't know him, you can as well say no. Maverick Kaoko? Yes. Hanifa? Yes. Morara Kebaso? Yes. So these are just a few individuals who have been victims of strategic lawsuits against public participation. And these suits are not only about seeking justice, but as we've mentioned, about silencing critics. And today we will unpack how data-driven SLAPPs impact freedom of expression, the right to demonstrate, and civic engagement in Kenya. And our esteemed panelists will guide us through the legal landscape, share their insights on existing frameworks, and suggest ways forward. So let us begin introducing our panelists. I will read out their bios, and they will stand coming to the front, and I will give them a warm round of applause. Are we in agreement? Thank you so much. So our first panelist is Mr. Joel Minor from Amnesty International. Mr. Joel, you can proceed to a warm round of applause. So Joel Minor is a competent and dynamic young lawyer with a strong drive, ambition, and vast legal interest in human rights. He currently works as technology and human rights intern at Amnesty International Kenya, where he advocates for digital rights, data-driven governance, and digital ID work. Joel holds a degree of Bachelor of Laws from Mount Kenya University School of Law. Besides, he's a forward thinker with adept knowledge in human rights, having successfully pursued 8 short human rights courses, including the right to privacy in the digital age Africa, accountability policing, women's rights in Africa, disability rights in Africa, and many others. Joel is also currently an advocate trainee at the Kenya School of Law. Our second panelist is Mr. Martin Mavenjina from the Kenya Human Rights Commission. A warm round of applause. Mr. Martin is a distinguished constitutional and human rights lawyer, bringing a wealth of experience in research, policy review, and advocacy. His expertise spans civic space, security governance, counterterrorism, and transitional justice at the national, regional, and international levels. Mavenjina earned his Bachelor of Laws from Kumba University, complemented by a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the esteemed Kenya School of Law. He further enhanced his knowledge with a graduate certificate in an advanced human rights course on police oversight and vulnerable groups from the University of Pretoria, and he's currently pursuing a Master's of Law at the University of Nairobi. His active involvement in peer review mechanisms such as the United Nations Human Rights Council, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and the Assembly of State Parties has resulted in numerous positive resolutions benefiting victims of human rights violations. Our third panelist is Ms. Patricia Joseph, Programs Manager from Katiba Institute. A warm round of applause. Ms. Patricia is a programs manager at Katiba Institute. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over 10 years experience post-admission. She holds a master's degree, LLM in comparative constitutional law from the Central European University, Budapest, Bachelor of Laws from Moi University, Kenya. And previously, Patricia has served as a legal researcher at the judiciary in the High Court, various election courts, in superior courts, and she's also done case management in criminal cases. Her research interests include constitutionalism, constitution building, especially in Africa, gender, and governance. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Catherine Irumbi, a lecturer at the Kenyatta University School of Law. Ms. Catherine Irumbi is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over a decade experience in academia. She has played a pivotal role in nurturing future generations as a lecturer at Kenyatta University, where she teaches and mentors young minds in the legal profession. In addition, she is passionate about governance and is currently enrolled as a doctorate student in governance at Martin Luther University, Halle-Wittenberg, Germany. Ms. Catherine was my constitutional law teacher. Clap for her. Our fifth panelist is Ms. Sylvia Katua, Program Officer, Mzalendo Trust. A warm round of applause. Ms. Sylvia Katua is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with experience in legislative review and research, policy analysis, parliamentary monitoring, open governance, access to information, and digital rights. She also has a rich experience in the engagement of the youth and specifically young women in political processes and digital participation. She is currently serving as the program officer at Mzalendo Trust Kenya, premier parliamentary monitoring organization. A warm round of applause again for her. Our final panelist is, just a minute, Ms. Anne Gitonga, Senior Manager from the International Justice Mission. Warm round of applause. Ms. Anne is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. She has extensive experience in human rights and governance and has led the implementation of global projects focusing on gender, social inclusion, environmental governance, access to information, and data privacy, and has experience in policy and law development and institutional strengthening. And she has practiced law, supporting various clients with resolution of disputes related employment and labor relations, family and children's law. She holds a Bachelor of Laws and a master's degree from the University of Nairobi. A warm round of applause again for our beautiful panelists. And so, without further ado, just clap for me as I go to my seat also. We're going to proceed right into our questions. Again, we are talking about strategic lawsuits against public participation. And to start us off, to set the foundation, we'll begin with Ms. Catherine Irumbi. So, Ms. Catherine, how do the principles of access to justice and the rule of law intersect with strategic litigation against public litigation? And how can Kenyan courts differentiate between legitimate defamation, injurious falsehoods, and vexatious lawsuits aimed at suppressing public interest discourse? Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. I think being seated and the meeting being moderated by a former student, it's a true reflection of the growth. Yes, it's okay. We are used to teaching in this hall without these gadgets, so still comfortable. Yes, so back to what I was saying, I'm truly honored to have a student as a moderator and of course lecturing most of the students who are in AKMCC. So to go back to the question, SLAPP or strategic litigation against public participation. Now, this is an area I hold dear, having taught constitutional law for many years. Talking about public participation means we are talking about our sovereignty. and based off of Article 1 that would dictate that all sovereign power belongs to us as the people of this country, then it is high time that we talk about these strategic lawsuits against public participation, the very pinnacle of our sovereignty, because without public participation, then it means we do not have a say, we do not have access to justice. So now, talking about the rule of law and how it intersects with SLAPP litigation, when I think about principles underpinning the rule of law, first in line we have to talk about equality before the law, which of course we are all equal before the law. In fact, Article 159 law, that indeed we are talking about the Constitution, it allowing us to discuss matters public participation, and thirdly and most importantly, the independence of the judiciary, which is key when it comes to the strategic lawsuits against public participation. Now, in us now looking at how it intersects, apart from those principles, equality, independence of the judiciary, and the supremacy of our law, it is important for us to talk about defamation in the case of strategic lawsuits against public participation, which we have seen. We have also seen injurious falsehoods in the sense of bringing litigation that would not really stand in terms of questioning the issue of public participation and our access and our right to express ourselves. We're also talking about vexatious lawsuits, which we have seen, and of course, looking at the independence of the judiciary under the rule of law, we must accept, we must remember that indeed these lawsuits must not delay justice, must not be seen to delay justice, must not be seen to be vexatious in the sense of our morality as well as the rule of law. So that is the intersect between these principles to access justice and Article 48 and the rule of law in terms of the three principles that I've mentioned and how they intersect with the strategic litigation against public participation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Catherine. Moving on to our next question, which will be answered by Mr. Martin. One of the specific taglines of the 13th edition All Kenyan Moot Court competition is data protection in national security. What we saw in the Finance Bill 2024 protests last year, where data was really misused, even looking at members of parliament, their numbers being accessed. But today we are focusing on specifically activists and human rights defenders. And so given the increase in the use of SLAPPs to suppress dissent and the potential misuse of personal data, can Kenya's current legal and regulatory frameworks inadvertently enable powerful entities to stifle democratic freedoms and civic public participation?
Okay. Thank you for that question. First and foremost, I'm greatly honored to be before you here to participate as a panelist. And let me dive right into your question. I think the current legal framework in Kenya has created a conducive environment, for big corporates or even powerful entities to actually institute SLAPP suits against human rights defenders or even civil society organizations or voices of dissent. And that is primarily because when you look at Article 22 of the Constitution of Kenya, it provides, it gives leeway to any litigant. If you feel your rights have been infringed, then it gives you leeway to actually to institute a suit. And that is what many of, many movers of SLAPP suits, just like any other innocent litigants who feel that their rights have been violated, have used to actually institute suits against human rights defenders. Now, coincidentally, maybe most of you or some of you may not know is that most of these SLAPP suits are usually, or the agents or the persons behind the SLAPP suits usually take the top firms in town because they have the money to pay most of these firms. So you find that they hire the best lawyers on the market. And most of the human rights defenders or even civil society organizations cannot afford, the top tier firms in Kenya, and that is why it's been used to great effect, to stifle their right to freely express themselves. So as is, the current legal framework actually creates a conducive environment, and that brings me to the second segment of your question, which is to do with, what radical reforms do we need to, pursue. I think the first one is we need to come up with a legal framework around anti-SLAPP suits. There needs to be a higher threshold when it comes to entertaining SLAPP suits, because as is right now, cases are hard on their merits. So parties present their pleadings before a court, and your case will be determined on on its merits. I also think the judiciary needs to, increase raise the standard of on what issues they need to be determined between the disputing parties, specifically if it's a SLAPP suit. The other third radical measure that I would propose is the issue of weaponization of our investigative and oversight agencies. Kenya has a broad host of investigative and oversight agencies that are meant to serve Kenyans, but what we've seen in the recent past is that entities like the Directorate of Public Prosecution are used by the state or powerful people to they're actually weaponized, and when you speak against a powerful person, then that is when KRA or the DCI summons you or tells you have tax issues. So we need to reclaim the independence of these investigative agencies. And then we also need to borrow heavily from progressive jurisprudence that has been decided in other jurisdictions and how they have dealt with SLAPP suits. And lastly, two issues. One, the issue of the security deposit that is always placed on the parties. In most instances, when you're served with a SLAPP suit and court requires you to deposit a security of some sorts, you realize that most human rights defenders or even civil society organizations cannot afford these hefty sums of money. So I think courts should actually review these figures, because they're extremely high and they actually work to the detriment of human rights defenders and citizens. And then lastly, on the issue of dispensing SLAPP cases, for the longest time, our judiciary has been bedeviled with case backlog, and different chief justices keep saying how they come up with progressive reforms on how to deal with the issue of backlog, but it's still a lived reality. So it is something, we should be able to entertain SLAPP suits in the quickest time as possible, such that human rights defenders or the rest of Kenyans can be able to enjoy their fundamental rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. Now, moving on to Mr. Joel. Mr. Joel, we've seen your executive director for Amnesty International Kenya recently in an interview, very vocal about questioning the government's accountability even in what happened in last year's protest. And with the rise of digital governance, SLAPPs are now extending into cyberspace, where personal data is being weaponized to intimidate dissenters. And so, has the misuse of personal data been leveraged in SLAPP cases to intimidate and silence dissent in Kenya? And what legal and regulatory frameworks exist to protect personal data, and how effective are they in preventing such misuse?
Okay, thank you for that question, and I must appreciate the opportunity to sit here in this panel. This is the first time I'm sitting on a panel, and back to your question, I must agree that especially during the 2024 Gen Z protest, that personal data was used to launch the SLAPP suits in this country. And you'll find that even during the beginning of this year, that Safaricom was accused of aiding the government to mine personal data so that people could be abducted, and at the end of the day, most of them were taken to court. And personal data is protected by international laws, various international laws, but coming into the Kenyan context, you come to realize that Article 31 of the Constitution speaks on the right to privacy, that you have the right not to have your personal information being interfered with without your consent. And building from Article 31 of the Constitution, Kenya enacted the Data Protection Act of 2019, which defines what means, what is it all entails to mean with the personal data, personal sensitive data. And from this is some of the Data Protection Act is one of the legislations that have at least breathed life to Article 31 of the Constitution. And you also agree with me on the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act that was enacted in 2018. And this one will now lead me to whether these laws have been effective. And I must say they have not been effective, because you will realize in 2017 the High Court declared Section 194 of the Penal Code to be unconstitutional because it allowed the decriminalization of the defamation. But you see, a year later, or less than a year later, the Parliament enacts the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, providing for a criminalization of some of these online activities, that is sections 22 to 23. And in response to your question, you will find that these sections can be broadly interpreted by the powerful entities to criminalize those people who criticize the government and even who are political dissents in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joel. Now, Ms. Sylvia, to add on what Mr. Joel has said, he has mentioned the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. So, does this act enable or constrain the use of data-driven SLAPPs to silent dissent? And what reforms could address potential misuse? Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. It's been several years since I was on that side of the room, and it's nice to always see young budding lawyers listening and participating in these legal, competitions. So, in terms of the legal framework in Kenya that has supported all that we've had so far, there are several laws in Kenya currently. If you think about it, you can think of the Penal Code. Joel has just mentioned the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. There's also the Defamation Act itself. There's the Books and Newspaper Act. There's also the Preservation of Public Security Act, Prevention of Terrorism Act, and of course with the Security Laws Amendment in 2014, there was also an element of that. But I'll just focus on three. I'll first start with the Defamation Act. If you look between Section 3 to Section 5, it defines slander and provides for slander in different forms. There's slander against official business, professional business, even against women when it leads to chastity. And these sort of sections have been used towards promoting SLAPP legislation, not just legislation but the jurisprudence in courts. And this has been seen severally because if you also look at the Defamation Act, it provides a minimum cap of I think 1 million Kenyan shillings that the High Court can use as damages. And just to also clarify, the Defamation Act does not provide for you to prove special damage in your claim. So that leaves the door wide open for businesses, for corporates, for whoever to just misuse this law against activists, against human rights defenders, against civil society organizations actually. And I think from 2000, there was a case, Nicholas V. Watt, against Clayworks Limited. And in that case, he was awarded a lot of money. I can't quite remember how much it was. But since then, the courts have been very, I'd say, progressive and in the wrong way. Very liberal in terms of handing out large amounts of money in SLAPP suits. So that has gone badly. We also have the Penal Code. If you look at Section 41, it provides for treason. It provides for not thinking about the death of the president or imaginations about such things. And you can see that this has been used recently for cartoonists and activists and people who've been doing such things. So that's also another way. And then lastly, as Joel has just talked very extensively about in the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, Section 23, Section 24, regarding publication of false information knowingly. Such sections have been used, but again, as he mentioned, the High Court has ruled that criminal defamation is unconstitutional, but still Parliament went ahead to just publish this, to pass this law. And so this legal framework is what we exist in, which allows for SLAPP to thrive, which allows for SLAPP to be used against activists, against human rights defenders, even normal citizens, just to threaten them, to derail them, to ensure that they use their time and their resources in the courts, as opposed to doing the work of holding government accountable, holding corporates accountable. And so what do we have in the end? We have a situation where a person feels frustrated, scared even because of the kind of threats they receive. And for women human rights defenders, it's even worse. And you'll see from some of the studies that Mzalendo Trust has released regarding SLAPP. We've released 2 reports on this so far. And you can see that then what needs to happen, as you've asked, what reforms could we say? I think most of it has also been mentioned. We need to incorporate anti-SLAPP legislative and legal frameworks into already what we have, and that could be a standalone act on its own, or several amendments to the acts that I've already mentioned. There's also need for just ensuring that we provide support to those who undergo this, whether it's civil society, whether it's the activists and human rights defenders, and so perhaps a defense fund, a legal aid fund for this sort of people would be best. And then lastly, it's just collaboration with media, with these partners, just to be able to see how best we can be able to plug in and assist them would be the first step towards this. But the fact that we are having this conversation already shows that we have acknowledged it's a problem, and so there's a lot that needs to be done.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sylvia. And from what you have mentioned, we all realize that SLAPPs don't just target individuals. Also from what Ms. Catherine mentioned, they also undermine our democracy by suppressing protest, by suppressing we the young people, holding the government accountable. And so in our next segment, I'd like us to speak about SLAPPs and how they affect the right to demonstrate. And my first question goes to Ms. Patricia Joseph. In what ways have SLAPPs been used to suppress the right to demonstrate in Kenya? And how does the Public Order Act and other related legislations address this issue? And afterwards, after you answer your question, Ms. Patricia, I'd like now Ms. Anne Gitonga to talk about measures that we can take as a country to ensure that the right to demonstrate is protected from the misuse of SLAPPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us. We are very happy to be part of this Moot Court competition for this long-standing partnership in this engagement. And I'm also grateful that these questions that we are discussing today are quite relevant to the situation in Kenya. When we talk about SLAPP suits, we don't talk about it in the vacuum. We are looking at it in the context of where are we in Kenya, and when there is autocratic tendencies or repressive practices, especially from public officials, then we continue to see this threat as increasing. And maybe my starting point in that regard is always in the issue of the right to demonstrate as protected by Article 37 of the Constitution. And this right is not just to demonstrate, it also includes the right to picket, the right to present petitions, and of course the requirement there is that it should be peaceful and not armed. We have seen currently, even before June 2024, when there was an increase in the public protests, we have already seen the tendency of criminalization of public protest. It is a constitutionally guaranteed right, but in practice it is one of the most violated rights, because any time people try to protest for any issue, the public security and forces are unleashed on the public, and therefore almost becomes impossible to really enjoy these rights. And we see this in different contexts. There was protest on high cost of living, protest by different labor unions. All the time, that has always been curbed by the police. And when we talk about what does the law does, I think the only legal protection that we can say is dependable is the Constitution, because not only does it guarantee the right, it also sets out instances when a right can be limited. Therefore, any other law, including the Public Order Act and any other laws that are enacted, should meet that standard of limitation. But when you look at laws like the Public Order Act, in fact, they do not protect the right. They actually derogate from the constitutional right. And I could give a few examples. In the Act, the Public Order Act, it requires prior notification. But if you look at how the Constitution gives us this right, your right should not be limited by simply authorization. Why is this wrong? Because once you give the authorization, the notice to the police, the police officer in that region, we have seen what they do. Sometimes they'll tell you, oh, there has been another meeting that has been scheduled in the same venue that you want to use. or they might say, oh, there is a threat to public security. That is not the limitation that the Constitution foresees. And therefore, for us, that is a threat that is ongoing. Remember, this act is a colonial act. It was enacted way before the Constitution came into place. And if we were to align the spirit of the Constitution and the act, it actually fails to meet the test. If you look at other laws, again, we have the Penal Code, for instance. Again, it has been mentioned, but in the context of expression and public the right to demonstrate, we also see it being an impediment to enjoying the right. For instance, I think and this is what we've been seeing happening when people are arrested, when they go to protest, they are charged in court with, for instance, and being engaged in an unlawful assembly. What is an unlawful assembly? We see it being quite misused to deny the right. The same penal code had provisions such as the offense of subversion. And if you look at subversion, the way it was set out in the law, it is actions or words that have a subversive intent. If you go again to look at what is a subversive intent under the penal code, it's such a broad spectrum of acts and words that threaten public order and public security. But thankfully, through a suit by Katiba Institute and other partners, that provision was declared unconstitutional. I think even another issue we see is how this expression and public right to demonstrate is diminished through weaponization of other laws. And there is an intersection even in this respect with what has already been spoken about surveillance, even in the context of offline and public surveillance. Whenever people would go to the public arena to demonstrate, and especially on the June 25th, what happened afterwards? People were arrested, others were disappeared, and others were, even there were people who were killed. Meaning that even when this right to demonstrate, in practice we are not enjoying it, and laws are being weaponized to curtail people's ability to participate effectively and without fear. And now this takes also me to the question of then what measures can we do to ensure these rights are protected? I've mentioned one of them. We have many repressive provisions in statutes that we need to continually challenge through either public interest litigation or strategic litigation, or simply push back when you are taken in court. For instance, we had criminal defamation that was declared unconstitutional through the law, through a case in court. The same way subversion was declared unconstitutional. That needs to lead to actual legal reforms, but in practice that has not been done. Secondly, not only, and this also goes to even our collaboration with institutions like judiciary, we need to push back against legitimizing cases in court that emanate or that are premised on violation of human rights. For instance, if someone is disappeared, or in this case abducted, because it's not a legal arrest needs to be done in the open during the day. There is a summons, there's a record somewhere of the police station where you're being taken, there's an OB record of that arrest, there's presentation in court before 24 hours. But you see, all those access to justice provisions tend to be violated. So if they are violated and then someone is presented in court, should courts legitimize such prosecutions? No, because they already emanated from violation of human rights. Again, I think we all know that SLAPP suits do not, sometimes you may think it's a legitimate suit because this comes disguised as a suit that pursues a certain action, but when you look closer, you can see the intention behind it is to prevent, is to curtail expression or silence critics or academia, media, and even civil society. So it means there's a capacity that needs to be done for judiciary for them to identify this is a SLAPP suit whose merit is actually is not a legal merit and it's an abuse of the court process. And then, of course, when we get legal reforms, this would include enhancing protection for the rights. For instance, if we need a robust public participation law, which is not yet there, such legal reforms are necessary for us to continue enjoying expression and the right to demonstrate as protected by the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patricia. Now, Ms. Anne, as you add on more measures or reforms we can introduce, I would also like you to speak about how this phenomenon of SLAPP litigation affects human rights, painting the picture on how it affects democratic values, human dignity, and also the issue of social justice in our country.
Thank you for that question. I'll just start by saying that the framers of the Constitution were very aware that we are likely to have a government that is strong, that needs to be put in check, and it also anticipated that we would have a citizenry that needs to participate in governance. And so all those areas have been well protected by the Constitution. And especially the right to demonstrate, as my colleagues have said, is well protected under the Bill of Rights, Article 37. We have our national values under Article 10 that talk about many things, including the right to participate and take part in governance of the country. So the protection of the right to demonstrate was not there for a mistake. It was there to protect citizens who seek to engage in governance, but then they are countered by very strong governments that, such as ours, that curtail these freedoms. And the right to demonstrate is only limited under very special circumstances. So the question is, what can we do to ensure that this right is protected from the use of SLAPPs? I think we all must remain vigilant and safeguard our constitutional rights. It looks like it's a very noble thing today to do when they say, when SLAPPs are brought forward and cite national security, this person is a threat to national security. It's for us to be vigilant to see what really amounts to national security, what is curtailing a freedom such as the right to participate, the right to demonstrate. So as Kenyans, we must really remain woke and safeguard and protect our rights under the Constitution. We can also counter SLAPPs through PIL, strategic public interest litigation, because PIL comes in also to support, to safeguard constitutional principles. So strategic impact litigation would be one of the ways that civil society can bring forward to safeguard citizens' right to protest and ensure that the judiciary is also making pronouncements against such limitations. But even speaking of the judiciary, continuous training and engagement of the judiciary is key so that they can look at cases, they can look at SLAPPs as a threat to the Constitution that they seek to safeguard. So close attention and close engagement with the judiciary, especially the Constitutional Court. I also see a role be played by the media to amplify voices of people who are helpless, who have been arrested, who have been given cases, or whose cases have been brought against them and they're helpless. So that media advocacy, I see it as something that we can take on as non-state actors. But families of people who had cases brought against them are sometimes helpless, and one thing that we can do to support some of the families is either provide legal support, and the Law Society of Kenya is already offering a lot of support, especially following the June 2024 demonstration. We've seen the Law Society of Kenya coming out to provide legal support to persons who have been affected by cases. But beyond that, there's psychosocial support and maybe trauma-informed care that continues to be given to families by certain institutions that I can even see some of them here, offering trauma-informed support to families whose kins have either been arrested or have cases brought against them. But beyond that, let's document most of these cases that are coming forward. But it's a collective responsibility for us to safeguard the Constitution and protect what we have as rights to demonstrate, to participate in governance, and which can only be limited under very special circumstances. The second set of the question was, are they affecting human rights? They are. SLAPPs really slow down, claw back on gains that have already been made with regard to human rights protection. And so you find people not willing to participate. You find people not willing to talk against government because they are afraid of what may come against them. So it it really takes back what is enshrined by the Bill of Rights of the Constitution. It takes back the human rights participation. It takes back human dignity, and it even takes back the freedom to associate or even to take part in the governance affairs of the country. So indeed, there are many ways that we can, as citizens, safeguard our rights under the Constitution, because they only come to claw back what has already been gained in regard to constitutional protections of human rights. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anne. Now, I want us to move to another segment on the role of the media and civil society organizations, in resisting SLAPPs. Now, a good number of our partners, as you can look around, are civil society organizations. And I think we are privileged to have supporting such initiatives, people handling live cases with regards to constitutional matters. If you've done constitutional law, you are aware that some of the cases that Ms. Catherine usually refers to, we've had cases from Katiba Institute and other civil society organizations. And so I want us to talk about the role of these media and civil society organizations and what role they play in suppressing strategic litigations against public participation. And my first question will go to, this question will be answered by Ms. Sylvia as well as Mr. Joel. So how can the media and civil society organizations collaborate to resist and expose SLAPPs that threaten freedom of expression, and how have these lawsuits impacted journalists and human rights defenders in Kenya? We can start with Ms. Sylvia, then Mr. Joel.
Okay. So I think many of those things have been said, many of the actions we can take as civil society organizations and also as the media, but maybe just to emphasize a few. First would be to raise awareness. And this can be two ways. First, document. Each time there's a human rights violation, each time perhaps there's a SLAPP suit, we have to raise awareness that people should know this is happening, this is going on, and the media can play that part. And for civil society organizations, then on the other end, is to provide support to those who are facing these SLAPP suits. This could be through providing legal defense. This could be through providing a support system. There are support networks for people who are activists and human rights defenders who are undergoing this. So it's to ensure that people join this as well. And then also taking research on these issues. And I think, like I've said, this is a growing concern, and we've seen it since June 25th. And so just as much as we document, we also undertake research. So continuous legal analysis, continuous legislative review. Currently in Parliament, we are seeing this, the Assembly and Demonstrations Bill that's on the floor of the House. So how then do we review this? How then can media engage with this bill and civil societies as well? For the media, they have different groups. I'd say the Media Council as a regulator, but there are also caucuses that they have within themselves. And a key one is the Kenya Parliamentary Journalists Association, which should be very relevant towards engaging Parliament and submitting memoranda on this particular bill. And of course, narrative creation, that is the role of the media. How does the media form, create, and foment narratives about SLAPP to the public to ensure that not only does the public understand, but the public also provides support towards persons who are facing this. As has also been mentioned severally, strategic litigation, public interest litigation is very necessary, very important, and for us to also support organizations that do a lot of this work. And I know Katiba Institute leads a lot of this work on this matter. And then, of course, as has also been mentioned, engaging the judiciary, just to be able to train judiciary officials and judges, magistrates on the law, on new international human rights standards, on what we can be able to adopt. Because as we all know, case law forms part of law, forms law actually. And so it is the duty of judges to quickly identify this is a SLAPP suit disguised as a commercial interest suit or whatever suit, a defamation lawsuit, and just to be able to ensure that these punitive damages do not come to activists, human rights defenders, and civil society organizations.
Over to you, Mr. Joel.
Okay, thank you for that. But maybe just to add on collaboration between civil society organizations and the media is on embracing now the city, engaging the citizens in the sense that we need to go back to the citizens and hear what they have to say about these SLAPP suits, and their information and their feedback will be crucial in making recommendations to the parliament. And also maybe another collaboration is the sense that we need to petition to the parliament, presenting petitions on the negative impact that these SLAPP suits are having on our citizens and maybe the online activists. And finally, maybe to call out these powerful entities and also initiate suits in the courts of law so that the cases can be dismissed at an early stage. You look at the cases of mineral search in South Africa, where media and civil society organizations were able to call out for a mining organization that intended to extort an activist who was exposing wrongdoing from the organization. And also in research, that is the desktop research, civil society organizations and media will publish this information, and actually in doing so you'll be expressing the academic freedom that is there for academic writers. And the European University case, you'll find that the European Court of Human Rights was categorical that academic writers has the freedom to expose all the wrongdoing from the findings of their research. And maybe to turn on to the second bit of the question is on the impact that SLAPP suits have had on the freedom of expression. And maybe I'll mention that it creates a culture of fear, which in turn that the activists, civil society organizations, human rights defenders, journalists, they fear exposing the wrongdoings of the government and other powerful entities. And this actually will defeat the theory of Article 19 of the ICCPR. Another thing that it does is on the length of the suits in courts, because these people have a lot of money, they will use their resources to ensure that you spend the entire life in court, and in turn it imposes another cost of obligation to the civil society, the journalists. Take for example Amnesty Kenya, where you are funded to carry out your activities on human rights advocacy. You will end up using that money to hire a lawyer to present you in court. I think, and that culture of fear, maybe to add on this, is that it doesn't even affect the human rights defenders personally, but also this one extends to their families, where maybe if I'm the online activist, the government or the powerful entity will now start looking for my relatives and start harassing them in any way they think that's possible, because I took the initiative to expose the wrongdoing and maybe the issues to do with the corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joel. Now, we're almost coming to the end of our panel, and I would like Mr. Hamisi to assist me take any questions we have from the panel. You can either write your question down, or I will give anyone with a question an opportunity to raise the same. But before that, Mr. Martin, at the beginning of the panel discussion, you mentioned we can take global lessons from neighboring countries, and I would like us to expound on the same, on what lessons can Kenya draw from the global anti-SLAPP frameworks to safeguard freedom of expression and public participation against data-driven legal intimidation tactics.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think there are very many global lessons that Kenya can draw from other jurisdictions, specifically Europe and the US. Now, well, but unfortunately for us, Kenya is a common law jurisdiction. So, in terms of legislation, we can only borrow progressive decisions from common law jurisdictions that can actually be applicable in our courts of law. So the first is we can borrow from those progressive pieces of legislations. In some other common law jurisdictions, we have seen courts of law actually throw out SLAPP suits, and this has become the basic, and some entities, like for instance, an example I can give is Greenpeace. Greenpeace works a lot with indigenous communities who are impacted by mining and large scale operations that are done by these big corporates. So they have had a whole host of successful decisions against SLAPP suits by big corporates. So the first lesson that we can draw globally is in terms of progressive jurisprudence. The second one is we have to have a public conversation around how to come up with policies or laws against anti-SLAPP suits, because the legal framework is that there is no existing law that prevents actually these big corporates or powerful entities from actually instituting SLAPP suits. In my earlier submission, I'd stated that Article 22 of the Constitution that empowers all of us in this room to actually file a case in court is the same article that actually these powerful persons and entities use to actually institute SLAPP suits. So, but what is missing from this whole discussion is practically right now is, we don't have anti-SLAPP suits, and because there are no anti-SLAPP suits, it's business as usual. It's whoever can get, whoever can get a progressive lawyer, to argue his or her case against a human rights defender. So we need to come up with legal frameworks around anti-SLAPP suits. The third lesson we can draw is around, increasing the threshold of, what courts can determine, because the area of SLAPP suits I can't say it's kind of a gray area for the Kenyan judiciary. So how they handle SLAPP suits is how they handle any other suits. A case is handled based on its merits. So like Anne said earlier on, there needs to be a conversation with the Judiciary Institute that trains actually judges. Maybe they need to be trained on what SLAPP suits are. The other thing that we need to do is we need more public interest litigation lawyers to actually to appreciate what SLAPP suits are, because unless they appreciate these suits is when they'll be able to assist victims or those that these suits target. So I can't go on and on, but I think at the back of my mind, I think those are the global lessons that we can kind of draw from other jurisdictions, and it is my hope that we actually draw those lessons sooner than later.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. And we all know that our governments have been quite adamant with implementing such reforms, or rather the implementation has been quite slow. And so our last question, which I'd like Ms. Catherine Irumbi and Ms. Cynthia Kato to handle. What are the long-term implications for Kenya's democratic culture if data-driven SLAPPs continue to erode public participation and the right to demonstrate without fear of retribution?
Okay, thank you for the question, and please feel free to stop me because I'm used to lecturing. I might continue for 3 hours. Yes, because I can see my first year students. I'm tempted to have my class as we speak. Now, when we look at the long-term implications for Kenya's democratic culture, now it goes back again to what I said when we began on matters of sovereignty, that indeed sovereignty would tie to democracy when we look at democracy as being a government for the people. Now, the long-term implications would be it would have a way in which it erodes our values and principles that we see under Article 10, right from inclusivity, because again, if we fear to be included, if we fear to speak, that would mean that these SLAPPs would erode our feeling of being included, us wanting to be part of the big movement, us wanting to be part of change. Another value that we see that would be eroded is the feeling of equality, because as we've heard, this litigation is not done by those who are not able to pay, the huge amount of money that comes with such litigation. So in terms of equality, we would not have equality if we cannot protect public participation, because public participation as a value under Article 10 would be equated to all of us. It is part of what democracy entails. Now, another value that we would see as a long-term implication is the erosion of the protection of fundamental rights and freedom. Now, when we start with public participation, it becomes very difficult for us to approach the court because, again, we would view the court as not being independent in that sense. So it would erode our confidence in the judiciary, which is meant to be a guardian of our rights, a watchdog for these other fundamental rights, apart from even freedom of expression or, again, access to justice, right to privacy. It would erode any other right that we can think of if we erode democracy. Another long-term implication would be the lack of national unity. I'm sure you can agree with me as Gen Zs when you are protesting. Apart from, of course, being on social media, there was some sense of belonging, isn't it? And a sense of unity that came with just being in town as a group. So in a sense of us now diminishing public participation, we would be diminishing the feeling of national unity, the bringing together of people for a common cause. The other bit, again, as I told you, I might continue for 3 hours, would be social justice. When we talk about social justice and all these litigation matters destroying the very fabric of social justice, us clamoring for a better Kenya, us fighting for our cost of living, us fighting for our rights, it would mean that now we water down the importance of us having to fight or having the tools to fight through media, through publication. So it is indeed a high time that we talk about SLAPP, and we inform the public that there is litigation that is meant to be against our sovereignty, meant to be against our participation, meant to be against national unity, meant to be against national justice. So when we look at those principles from the angle of them belonging to us, not from everyone else out there, but it being even personal to your fight for your own individual rights, then we would not take SLAPP as lightly as just being a petition in court. It would be something that would bring us or should bring us collectively to fight for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sylvia, in 1 minute.
Maybe just to add would be the lack of accountability, civic accountability, especially in illegal dealings and constitutional dealings, especially by government or corporates. If you think about all the exposés or stories we've had about either the treatment of workers in plantation farms, in hotels, even think of the Abdani deal, if you even think about the SACCOs, you know, the issue about the SACCOs and Cusco, that had already been exposed earlier, but a suit had been brought against the blogger who had brought that out. So if you think about that civic accountability in all these matters, that's going to erode, that's going to go away. Again, if we look at freedom of expression, there's going to be a lot of self-censure. Before you open your mouth and say, this is wrong, you'll think twice. You'll say, I don't want to be taken to court. I don't want people to know that I have a matter against me in court. I don't want to pay punitive damages because of 1, 2, 3. What does that mean for freedom of expression and more broadly for freedom of media? And then thirdly, I think just to close it up, is just shrinking civic space. If all these things happen, we can't participate, we can't do public participation, we can't speak freely, we can't have a free media, then our civic space is shrinking, rather. It's gone. And what does that mean for democracy? We're in a democratic decline. And I think that's already something that we're seeing globally. So it's for us to stand up, call out these ills, push back against SLAPP, and support those who are already going through it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sylvia. And now I would like to take questions from our audience. 2 questions, kindly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kivuvarigan Kimeu, 3rd year, Kenyatta University School of Law. Now, to my first question, how effective is the collaboration between media and civil society groups when we know that media houses profit greatly from government advertisements? Number 2, Can we go on and file anti-SLAPP suits currently to advance jurisprudence before there is goodwill from the legislature to come up with legislation? Because we know that in 2021, we had the David Ndii-led case that brought up the issue of public participation, and there was given quantitative and qualitative kind of judgment, and still there is no legislation 4 years later. Thank you.
We can have the second one.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Oma from African Nazarene University. There was an issue on the people's right to protest rather, and she mentioned that the Public Order Act was set during the colonial times, that it may suppress the people's right to protest. But I'm just thinking from a state's point of view, how can the state maybe manage in instances where the protesters get to be violent and they destroy things? And yes, just what's the thin line in ensuring that they have their right to protest, but they also maintain public order?
Thank you so much for the questions. Miss Anne, I would like you to handle the question asked by Regan, and Miss Patricia will answer the second question that has been asked on the Public Order Act.
Regan, the relationship between civil society and media was your question. And both are non-state actors and have to play a watchdog role against government. So they're working closely together. And I don't know whether you can hear me. They're working very closely together. In various cases, there has been very good collaboration of cases of enforced disappearances and also cases of just human rights protection. There's been close collaboration. However, there is also a threat to both institutions, and they're both losing their independence. And perhaps the media, as you said, is getting a lot of contracts from government, and therefore sometimes they would lean more towards where their bread is being buttered. But there's constant effort from civil society to train media, especially on human rights protection cases. Like, we must walk this journey together. Sometimes it's even content for them. Again, the Constitution grants freedom of expression and freedom of information. So the media also has avenues and roles to play as the media. But in what I've seen, there's been great collaboration, but I won't lie that there isn't a threat to independence of the media. But close watch, close conversations must continue. You also asked a question of, should we proceed to file PIL, even though we are seeing that judgments are granted and we don't have legislation. We must file PIL. It's probably sometimes the only way that we can get human rights protected or even enforced. And once we have a judgment on it, judges will, even lawyers will rely on precedent. So we'll still enforce and further protection of that right, while advocacy continues with the legislature on the other side. So public interest litigation is key, and I think it's one of the avenues that we really must achieve change. We've seen the public participation policy was drafted long ago by the Attorney General, but we don't have legislation. We've also seen various cases being brought on PIL against the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code. They've not been amended, and all those are very old legislation. But at least right now, we can see the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code is they're in Parliament undergoing review. So eventually, it might pay off. But I would still encourage that we proceed with PIL. And our Constitution, though it's now 14 years old, it still requires to be tested in various avenues. So what Katiba is doing is a great job with a lot of constitutional protection through PIL. And it's really even good sometimes to read what Katiba is pursuing in terms of public interest litigation. There are really many points to learn there. And I say it's still an area that we must pursue and invest on, both intellectually and put in financial resources. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll respond to the question on the balancing interest in the context of the Public Order Act. I think, first of all, from a human rights perspective, and the way this constitution defines rights and how they should be enforced, it's progressive. The obligation here is to promote the realization of a right as opposed to limiting it. And even in practice, we have seen issues of public order, public security, national security being used to deny a right. And we see this even in the context of even access to information. But the standard is, and the reference in balancing the interests of the public interests, issues of security, is the answer is in Article 24. It tells us what do you do when you need to limit a right, and what are the parameters that you need to stick by in limiting a right. And for me, in my view, that guidance under Article 24 is sufficient. For instance, if you're looking at the nature of a right or the purpose of limitation, would the answer be to say we are banning public protest? No. The answer would be is letting the protest to proceed. However, the limitation here would be providing security by security agencies, limiting, for instance, designating areas where people can meet in their public spaces, or and even perhaps even providing information to the public. You see here, you're balancing an interest of we are not limiting other people enjoying their rights, but you're also enabling the right to be enjoyed by the people. But the underlying factor here is any decision, any act, any policy action ought to be in line with the Constitution and to promote a right as opposed to limiting it. And remember, when we talk about issues of security, violence, who has the monopoly of information? Who has the monopoly of intelligence? Who has the monopoly of equipments, firearms, and all that? That is the public security agencies. And based on even what we see with the Gen Zs, they just show up with a flag. Some of them carry a constitution or just messaging in different forms of communication. If there are other extraneous intentions by other parties, like to cause violence, but that is the role of the police to provide protection. And then maybe just to add also on the earlier question is, even when sometimes we support media houses, journalists, and even affected parties as civil society through public interest litigation. Sometimes you have to apply legal innovation in practice. For instance, if let's say a media house negotiates, for instance, with a public agency to drop that suit, what happens to the rest of the suit? If we were in that suit to pursue a constitutional interest or a constitutional protection, then let the media pursue its corporate interests, but for us there are responsibilities to defend the Constitution, and therefore those suits will still proceed, because ideally it is to provide protection for press freedom, for instance, protection for individual journalists, and to really reinforce the protection of rights under the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, there's one very burning question that has been asked that I'd like to pose to Ms. Catherine, and we'll answer it in 1 minute. Now that we want judges to be able to weed out malicious SLAPP suits, are we making them inquisitorial? And is this not very dangerous because our judiciary has been marred by corrupt judges, allegedly? Is it not better to remain adversarial?
Yes, let me talk about it from the adversarial point of view. When we talk about the adversarial point of view in the form of litigation and us being able to accept the outcome, because there's always the winner and the loser, are we ready as the public to accept when we lose? Because that would be the question, and especially when we talk about public interest matters. Are we looking for a winner-loser kind of situation, or are we looking for precedent that would help protect our democracy and our sovereignty? So I think going adversarial route would not be beneficiary for us in that sense of winner-loser, but us being able to gain from it, us being able to create precedent for other governments that come after.
Thank you so much. Ms. Patricia would like to add something on the same.
I think I just to support what she's saying, even as we call for reforms, for instance, what Martin was saying, having anti-SLAPP legislation, I think it's also, there is innovation that can be had there. And even right now, courts can actually be creative, because even in the civil procedure, we have, for instance, pre-trial conferences. What stops us in using even current procedural rules, or even through reforms, to allow for procedures that you vet cases before they go for 5 years? Because what is the point of being taken through a long drawn matter for 5 years only for the court to say, oh, you're innocent, but you have suffered time, costs, reputational damage, and even loss of job? So the idea of having reforms, or even being innovative in the current rules, using pre-trial conferences, can help parties to see, like a discovery, is this a suit that should really go to substantive trial, or is there a malicious intent? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I think it marks the end of our first panel discussion on strategic legal litigation against public participation. You have been a wonderful audience. A warm round of applause to you. And a warm round of applause to our beautiful and wonderful panelists. Thank you so much, and back to you, Hamisi.
Okay, thank you so much, Simon, and the panel. We've really been informed, and I'm sure you guys have learned a thing or two. So next session, we are going to have our very good professor, Professor Mile Thomas, who is going to come and award our beautiful panel. So I'll request that we appreciate them as they receive their gifts. Professor, you can just come to the podium. You can just come to the podium as you... Okay, so we'll have the panelists one by one, and we'll have a photo session as they receive the goodie bag. Yes, you can. Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate each and every of you.
Yeah. So we can start with Miss Patricia Joseph.
I have already received them. Thank you so much.
Mr. Joel. Mr. Martin. Miss Anne. Miss Sylvia. And finally, Miss Catherine Irumbi.
Okay, well, we are done with the first panel, and it's time for lunch. So at this juncture, I would like to invite Ms. Faith Mahinda, who is our president, to lead our panel and all the partners to the venue where we're going to have lunch. Then the students will follow afterwards, and you'll have your lunch then. So bon appetit even as you have your lunch. So, Madam President, or we can have Grace. Our panelists can follow Grace. Just follow her. So we will be having our second panel going at around 2:50. So kindly eat. Don't hurry, but eat faster so that we also save on time. Yeah.
It's about the evaluation of the intersection of environmental and fiscal sustainability and the government's role in mitigating climate change while encouraging investor confidence. And we're esteemed to have an incredible high level of panelists today. And I'm also joined by my co-moderator, Aisha Swale. I'll let Aisha Swale introduce the first panelist.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our second panel of the day. For our first panelist, I would like to introduce Madam Anne Mubia Murungi from Viva Africa LLP. She is the managing partner and an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, with 15 years of experience advising on transactions, providing a balance between commercial requirements from a business perspective and practical legal, financial, and tax solutions. She was also recognized in a 2021 publication by the KRA as one of Kenya's leading women in the field of taxation. A round of applause for Madam Anne, please.
For our second panelist, he's the executive chairman of Adeli Group, the director of growth and new markets at affiliate firms, ALN Africa and Middle East, and a board member at Bidco Africa. He's a globally recognized thought leader with 34 years of leadership experience in business strategy, brand leadership, turnaround, integrated business solutions, and investment partnerships. Please welcome Mr. Chris Diaz with a round of applause.
For our third panelist, we have Madam Winnie Ogutu from TISA. She's a program officer. TISA stands for the Institute for Social Accountability. She is also a member of the Agricultural and Applied, African Women in Agricultural Research and Development, and her work has focused on empowering youth and women in agriculture, providing them with the necessary skills and resources to thrive. A round of applause for Ms. Madam Winnie Ogutu, please.
Our fourth panelist is the manager at the Center for Green Growth and Climate Change and Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. He is a mechanical engineer registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya and has over 9 years experience practicing in the energy field and is accredited by the Certified Energy Manager International by the Association of Energy Engineers and is a Class A licensed energy auditor with the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Please put your hands together for Mr. Dennis Kariuki. Our final panelists for today is partner in charge of finance and strategy and the head of dispute resolution department in Geriomiti and Bush Advocates. He holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from Moy University and is a qualified arbitrator and a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. Please welcome Mr. Harman Omiti. Our discussion today is mainly about the green economy and about the intersection of environmental and fiscal sustainability. And today we are privileged to have a wealth of knowledge from our panelists. And to begin us off, could maybe Mr. Dennis give us his perspectives on the government's view on the green economy and how environmental and fiscal sustainability issues are managed by the government.
So thank you very much for having me on this panel. Sitting here among people who have been in the industry for close to three plus decades, it's a huge honor, and actually just to share experiences and also thoughts about the green economy here in our country. So I'll just start off by saying that the government of Kenya is very deliberate in growing green as an economy. So some of the policies that are already in existence are already supporting that, and they're very deliberate about ensuring that the environment for manufacturing, number one, is growing sustainably. there have been conversations about how it is hard to industrialize using clean strategies, that if Europe, Asia, Americas destroyed the environment to industrialize, then why are we being denied the opportunity? But if you think about it and how we've come as a country, 90% of our energy sources comes from renewable energies. That means that the manufacturers who are using electricity already are a step ahead. The other fuels that are in transport, steel production, cement production that are heavily fossil-based, they're the industries that I say that are hard to decarbonize. But if you look at also the incentives, especially in the transport sector, there's huge incentives around electric mobility from the two-wheelers, the three-wheelers, the four-wheelers, but they are not being operationalized, these incentives. That is the biggest challenge. And moving forward, I think these are some of the areas I think that the laws are there, but they're not being implemented. They're not being operationalized, yes. And that creates a huge gap for us to actually leapfrog and reach the ambition that we want to achieve as a country. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to build on that, maybe Mr. Chris can maybe give us his perspectives on the private sector particularly.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to sincerely thank you for having this opportunity to come and speak and also to meet each one of you from the private sector, which is one of the largest investors in business. Just to give you some statistics for you to understand how big is the private sector and what is its role. The private sector drives 80% of the GDP across the world. So for example, in Kenya or in Africa, you will see the private sector is running businesses in trillions of dollars every year in terms of investments, in terms of entrepreneurship, and in terms of employment, in terms of tax payments to various governments. So one thing that I can say to begin, Jeremy, is that the private sector is very happy and resilient to recruit legal leaders like each one of you. So as much as the private sector, when it thrives, it's looking for superb talent as they continue to expand. Now, considering that Kenya also is going through a very difficult time, and we understand that the private sector is bringing more investors in, not only in Kenya, but across Africa, green technology, especially from sectors such as aviation, manufacturing, are using more cost-driven solutions. At the same time, they're using green strategies. Now, one of the key areas that you'll find the private sector would like to partner with the public sector is to deliver on net zero goals and to deliver on the UN scientific initiatives, and importantly, to deliver on the United Nations Global Compact goals of the 17 SDGs. One of the big ones the private sector is delivering on is number 5 for equal gender diversity, and then on SDG 12, 13 for responsible production, and also on climate mitigation. So it's very important that to share this point, the private sector is investing heavily into renewable energy. For example, where I come from, I'm on the board of PIDCO, we use solar and we generate power using waste. That, therefore, the cost of power is less, but the price of the commodities becomes less, and we pass that on to the consumers. So it's not only important that we use green technologies, both the World Bank, IMF, and regional banks are insisting, Jeremy, today for private sector to show progressive metrics on the ESG goals and the sustainability goals. So for you to be able to access finance to expand your business, then you must demonstrate progressive support towards green strategy, green development, and economic sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chris, for your very insightful input. To start us off, Madam Anne, I would like to get your input on how can Kenya design taxation policies that effectively balance raising revenue for public services and maintaining an attractive environment for investors committed to sustainable development. Kindly give us your thoughts on that.
Thank you. And I think, from the faces in the room, having started with you in the morning, I hope we'll continue to receive your energy and that we're not taking the graveyard shift in terms of the panel. But basically, I've had to internalize that question quite a lot. And I think, just to capture your imagination, I want to give you different scenarios in terms of what I have witnessed and what we see in terms of practical terms before even coming into what can be done about it. So the first one being, imagine startup one coming into, pitching the idea, and, startup one does really well in its first year, has probably gone ahead to really capture an area or an industry or a sector that has been long neglected, from a Kenyan perspective, and therefore there's need for which they then meet demand. But very soon thereafter, the startup folds and leaves the country. And I would say that is the, or just, if it was in country, basically you'd have that folding up and going away happening in under 2 years. That is scenario one, real, and happens a lot, and we see so many of those. Then we have scenario two in terms of startups that thrive. Thrive for 3 to 5 years. Continue to thrive in such a way that is astronomical and even sometimes mind-boggling. I've had clients who, when they came, when I started off with them, couldn't afford to pay me fees, were backpacking, and just all they had was an idea, knocked on very many doors. And within a very short time, their business gets the interest of a funder or a financier or an investor, where they, the person understands what they need and they synergize. And so within a very short time, you find an accelerated growth towards such a startup. And within a 3 to 5 year period, they've moved from, in tax terms, if I'm just talking, from a tax perspective, they'd moved from the station. Yes, so, if you ever have trouble with KRA, you'll know what the station means. That's really when you're at a very basic level and dealing with, a particular tax office. Or from there, they move very quickly to the medium taxpayer's office. You have to have a certain threshold in terms of turnover to be within that office. And within that 5 year space, you then find them in the large taxpayer's office. We have very many real cases where startups have just gone platinum in terms of ideas, properly funded and properly synergized. And then scenario 3 that I'd like to paint is where you have, an entire sector coming under siege for whatever reason, because Kenya is in need of money and doesn't care how it's going to get that money. So you find investors being highly stressed, highly shaken, highly harassed, and they then choose to fold. And the ripple effect of such folding, depending on the level at which it plays at. So assuming that it's a sector-wide investment fold, it has real knock-on effects to the ground. So you find employment disappears. You find even those that were funding the opportunities, nothing to fund anymore. You find money and glut, stuck, just stuck scenarios, just because we do not have sight of the bigger picture as a country in very, very many ways. So if you ask me, how, can Kenya design its taxation policies, I'll tell you, we need to go back to the basics. The basics. So we need to start from the point where we actually understand what works for us as Kenyans with our very peculiar habits, which, by the way, I've learned a lot from my clients. We have very peculiar habits as Kenyans. We need to understand those peculiarities and how do they work for us as a country. How does that then, help us in terms of the taxes that we bring on board and the policies that we create? That's a basic fundamental. Secondly, we need to understand why are we where we are today and what do we have to our advantage. One of the things that very many of my clients have done and love about Kenya is the highly educated workforce. So over time, we've really spent time developing skill sets and teaching everybody really service-based. Empowering our people from a services-based perspective. But what are we pushing in terms of policies, in terms of economic policies? Still agriculture, still, the very old things that have been there forever. Why aren't we taking advantage of services, for example, as an area where we generally can get quick wins and make it fly? Why are our policies so old school? They need to change. Also, we need to listen to what investors have to say about this entire thing. Before you shape a policy for somebody who's coming in, listen to what their pain points have been in terms of their stories. And a lot of those stories are captured in the associations. The member associations will tell you everything they've been through. It's a lot in terms of the data that they have, the narratives that they have. And guess what? When you listen long enough, it's the same stories repeated over and over and over again. So there's something that we're not doing. We just don't listen as a country. And I think the fourth one is, now what is the biggest thing around? Data. Yeah? Who is the biggest collector of that data? Government. Government has so much access to so much data. They will know why something is failing before it even begins to fail. So why aren't we taking advantage of data to inform our taxation policy, shaping? Very important, because we can learn to address a lot of things within that cycle. So I'll pause there. But yeah, that's where I am right now. Those are the things I'm thinking through.
Okay, thank you very much, Anne. That was quite insightful, and we need to start from the basics, as she has said. Maybe just to prompt Harman's mind a little bit, coming from the legal perspective, what do you think, how can Kenya balance the need for progressive taxation to fund climate initiatives with the risk of alienating investors who prioritize cost efficiency and profitability?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. As my co-panelists have clearly said, doing business today, everyone is asking the question, what is your ESG policy? As an institution, as a corporate, as a government, what policy do you have in place? What kind of carbon footprint are you leaving behind as you do or you go around your business? And each of us, from government to private sector, has a role to play in that process. Now, there are two perspectives to it. One, as a legal practitioner, we are moving into the new and emerging areas of legal practice, and currently ESG is one of them. So that if I am advising a client on mergers and acquisition or capital venture, or just a way of getting financing for a project, I need to be alive to this and perhaps ask such questions as to what exactly this client is putting in place to ensure that at the end of the day, the business that they're doing is ESG compliant. Number two, I am an arbitrator, and in the arbitration world, one of those biggest issues that we're dealing with currently is arbitration or commercial arbitration largely in the ESG era. And I'm a member of the African Arbitration Association, and we had a conference last year in Cameroon where the main conversation was on ESG. And the question is, what is the law or the lawyers doing, and what are we as arbitrators doing to contribute to this conversation? And many countries are now trying to become ESG compliant, because if we are ESG compliant, it means that we are going to attract more investments, and the more investments that we attract, as an arbitrator, I know that Kenya, being a seat of arbitration or an appointing authority, because we have the Nairobi International Center for Arbitration, if Kenya is compliant, then more investors will choose Kenya as a seat of the arbitration. And that means that me as an arbitrator on the panel of the Nairobi Center will have an opportunity to deal with big international arbitrations that touch on environment. But beyond that, beyond Kenya being compliant, I, as an individual, as a legal practitioner, as an arbitrator, what contribution am I making, and what preparation am I having, so that at the time when that happens, then I have the capacity to contribute at that level. Number two is government itself, and the biggest thing on that is really government policies to ensure that we encourage green energy. So we have, for instance, clients who are trying to make their mark in agribusiness, for instance. And when you talk to the clients and they tell you that there is a lot of environmental difficulties within the government itself, so that they are asking for certain incentives, be it tax incentives, be it ensuring that when you go to a bank for a loan, then we have what we call green banking, or we have green insurance. Like in certain economies, they encourage the financial sector to come up with certain specially developed products for those who are in the industry, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's in agribusiness, whether it's in transport, but they come and show that this is our ESG policy and this is how we are contributing to it. Then the government has already put in place certain incentives to ensure that when I'm taking a loan for a business or for purposes of manufacturing, and I've shown that I'm actually ESG compliant, then there are certain incentives. When it comes to taxes, there are also countries that ensure that as long as you can show that you are ESG compliant, you have policies in place, and that you're following them and you're contributing to the green economy, then you will have certain tax incentives that eventually ensures that you will be encouraged to keep on that path. It's true that ESG is important, but it's also true that sometimes it gets very expensive to be compliant, because when others are getting cheap energy, which eventually then become very harmful to the environment, you go the extra mile to ensure that whatever you do saves the environment. And so it is in the government's interest, and the government, it's the government's obligation to ensure that they encourage such kind of practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Herman. My next question would be for Winnie. Looking ahead, how can Kenya design taxation policies that meet revenue needs while incentivizing companies to achieve more substantial ESG outcomes, fostering investor confidence in a green financed future? Kindly, what are your thoughts on this?
Thank you so much. Before I answer your question, let me just mention that Kenya is one of the top 20 countries that are considered at a very high risk of climate change. And so this conversation is very relevant to us at this point. The question is how can we foster investor confidence? Right now, you see Kenya, we are in a very bad state where even if you want to start any other business, you ask yourself, can I really make any money from that? And the public finance is also shrinking. There's not enough money for the government to really invest in green financing. But we have several things or several policies that the government can implement. And I want to say that as Kenya, we are very good in policy making, but practicing is the problem. We have very good documents that if we were to follow as Kenyans or as government, we'll be high, we'll be many steps ahead of other countries. One of the policies that I can talk about is called tax breaks. My colleague has mentioned that we have startups who are trying to come up with the innovative ways of doing their businesses using green energy. But do we give them enough time to grow and flourish before we start taxing them? That is the question. From where I sit as a person who works in social accountability, do we give them time so that they grow before they're given the taxes? So tax breaks is very important. It's also in our policy document as a country, but do we actualize it? Do we practice it? Let me mention as well that taxation in Kenya simply requires transparency. I think one of the problems we have is how the money is utilized. As a business or as an investor, if I invest in Kenya and I'm paying tax, I need to see that tax translating into something that benefits me. For instance, we can have good roads. If I've been invested in Kenya and I'm transporting my goods, do I have the good roads? So what we are talking about here is about the transparency in our taxation policies. It's about the predictability of our taxation. Our taxation of our taxation policies should be very transparent, should be inclusive. Are the investors involved when we are formulating these policies? So that the Kenyan government, we can listen to their concerns. We can listen to some of the things that they think that are going to hinder them. As an investor, I'm the one who understands where this tax is going to push me. I'm the one who understands how this will affect my cash flows. And so it's about involving the stakeholders, the investors in our policy making processes so that they air their concerns and their concerns are addressed in real time. So another thing that I can say is about we need to have progressive taxation. That has been mentioned before, but do we have like a scale, like if I am a small investor, small scale, not that you are very small, but a small scale investor, tax me according to my size. Tax me according to my what? To my size. And again, the investors should be exempted from certain taxes. I have invested in Kenya and just have a few employees. But you see, I have to contribute in so many things. And these things, they affect the cash flows of the investor. So even as we develop policies, we need to make them friendly to our investors so that they have confidence in our economy.
Thank you, Winnie, for that. And just to maybe get a further clarification, especially from the government's perspective. So to Dennis, what principles should maybe guide the government to ensure that fiscal measures aimed at environmental sustainability do not inadvertently erode investor trust in Kenya's economic stability?
So I'll just build on what Winnie and Anne have just said. Number one, Anne mentioned something to do with data. And if you want to continue building investor confidence in this particular country as a green hub for a green economy, then this data has to be managed well, number one. It has to be transparent. For example, if I want to do something to do with improving the well-being of people in the rural areas by supplying improved cooking jikos, does selling cooking jikos mean that it's being used at home? Does not mean that. So, but somebody somewhere will claim that I am selling a clean jiko, so I should be compensated for the reduction in CO2 emissions from that particular jiko. But the jiko is sitting somewhere at home, in a rural home. So the fact that that data is not, it's not the word I want to use is integrity. The integrity of the data is not strong. Nobody can verify that this jiko is actually being used. So the data that is being collected has to be true, has to be transparent, has to be clear. And I'm glad that, especially in the startup ecosystem, there are those who are very deliberate about it, using Industry 4.0 technologies, such as blockchain. You cannot compromise the integrity of that data, such that if my jiko is in Siaya County, somebody here is able to tell my jiko is being used, and they're able to be compensated for the reduction in emissions wherever they're trading about that. Number two is predictability, as Winnie has just put it. Already so, as of 1st January, I saw online somewhere, hashtag reject finance bill 2025. Because it is now becoming unpredictable what policies are going to be coming to govern the ecosystem, especially in terms of the green economy. Today, I'm sure Bidco, the kind of investment they put in their solar system was massive. But solar prices have been coming down globally. This is in terms of all the technology from the panels all the way to the batteries. But a policy will come and say, you know what, let's tax these batteries. You know what, let's tax these panels. So how are we advancing the same agenda? You're giving with this hand, at the same time taking with this hand. But these are the policies that, especially where we sit as the Kenyan of manufacturers, we're really trying to inform the government in terms of where is everything lying. I know it's an incentive to drive local manufacturing, especially for things like batteries, but at the same time, we're not yet there. We're not yet there. Give us time and make us be progressive towards it. And then finally is to incorporate interoperable taxonomies in terms of when I use a certain term here in Kenya, is it still being recognized, let's say, in Europe? If I say that the carbon footprint of my product here in Kenya, is it being recognized in the European market? So there are some policies that are coming on board, especially now, for example, in Europe, there's something that they're calling the carbon border adjustment mechanism that basically is going to be restricting items of a certain carbon footprint getting into their market. So how are we rating ourselves as a country? So number one is the regulation around them. You'll find something like the Climate Change Act, carbon market regulations. There are some schedules that are not yet complete. So we cannot even say that my product has this level of carbon footprint, yet it's not defined in the law. So when I go outside there, and I was told that if I produce my product sustainably, I'll be able to access a better market out there. But when I reach there, I'm told, no, it does not meet a certain standard. So what is the standard? So the terminologies that are used both locally and internationally should align. Us as a country, even the regulations that we are developing should align to those markets, because this is one of the biggest things that is driving local production. So these are some of the few principles I think government could adopt to ensure that investor confidence that is not eroded in our country, rather than it attracts that investor confidence. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dennis. To Mr. Chris Diaz, a key point in today's discussion is the concern that proposed taxes such as the eco-levy could hurt green energy and eco-friendly industries by making them more expensive. And you'll find that so many of this green energy is funded by private sectors. So how can the government collaborate with private sector stakeholders to design tax frameworks that support environmental sustainability while preserving a competitive investment landscape?
Very good question. First and foremost, the reason I came here is your president invited me to come and contribute. To answer that question in terms of competitive landscape, the eco-levy tax, and going forward, a lot of the future of Kenya, a lot of the future of the world is in young people. So to make this answer from my perspective, or my opinion, impactful, is leaders like all of you need to be involved heavily in participation and deliberations with the private sector. The private sector is one of the biggest success factors for Kenya. A number of the large corporates came to see me when the eco-levy was proposed. Myself, I spoke to the president and to various arms of government that the eco-levy, it's going to be very hard on manufacturers, because the manufacturers are the biggest employers in this country. If you look at the industry players, they create entrepreneurship. Some of you will be employed, some of you will be entrepreneurs. So laws that come in and don't allow what Winnie was saying on the growth strategy, the private sector look for other markets and other countries where it is favorable to invest and get better return on investment. So young leaders like yourself are also employed and given good packages and good salaries in the private sector. So I'm proud to say that the private sector also pays a lot of taxes to the government. So how do we ensure that the policy and the decision making is that the private sector has to be heavily involved? And we do this through bodies like the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, through student bodies like yourselves, the Law Society of Kenya, the Kenya Private Sector, among other international private sector bodies, including countries and investors. So for me, mine is to say that the competitive landscape, our products and services must be well priced and affordable, and the cost of living is very high. For example, if you look at the manufacturers today, the cost of power relative to other countries across the continent, our cost of power is still high. So unless the government looks at the whole value chain, look at value addition, look at backward integration, look at how much entrepreneurship is being created by the private sector. If you're not employed, you'll end up being an entrepreneur. So it's very important that the government engages and takes a longer deliberation to understand the growth of the economy, the economic transformation that is done by private sector. And I'm grateful to be here, because what I can say on behalf of private sector, they're very keen to see each one of you progress, each one of you to be top talent. Kenya has amazing talent. So how do we get this talent? Is we come to universities and we look and we talk to prof there, and we talk to, and the private sector is looking to absorb leaders from the universities and employ them. So it's very important that in such discussions, just be reassured the private sector wants a competitive landscape, wants a friendly tax policy, but also would like to see young people, not only highly educated, but to be recruited in the private sector. Thank you.
Precisely so. So I'd like to engage our audience a little bit. So if there are any questions as far as we have reached, please feel free to raise your hand. Yes, Prof.
So thank you so much. So because I'm young and talented, Chris, you are getting my job applications. I would like to, I have one comment on the tax breaks. Isn't it that we apply those tax breaks in the areas we should not apply them, and we do not generate funds to support the startups? So I'll give you an example. We have tax holidays, 10 years, in export processing zones for a very low old school. Who said old school? Old school, yeah. For a very low value addition old school activities, namely importing fabrics from India and Bangladesh, stitching them and exporting them under AGOA to United States, so that the manufacturers from there can bypass the high tariffs. So this is a one thing. So we are there are also so-called incentives, yeah, which is cheap energy, which basically means that me, a poor lecturer, yeah, has to subsidize big enterprises in the export processing zones. So I'm quite shocked because I know all of that, and now I'm hearing that startups, young entrepreneurs, yeah, who have the ideas, have to pay full taxes. Why, you know, why the giants, mostly foreign companies, not only but mostly, yeah, engaging this type of activities are being given tax holidays. I am personally outraged about this, so perhaps you can comment on this. You share my rage. And then I have a question to Anne, because you said something, and I'm very interested. So, what peculiar habits? Number one, if you can just name two, out of interest, and the stories that are being told over and over again. If we also can have one or two. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof, for that. Any other question? Okay.
Okay, my name is Alex. My question is, do we as a country reward innovation? Because the reason why I ask this is because a while back we had there was a guy who was arrested after flying. He made an aircraft out of a motorcycle engine, and he flew it for a while. Then when he landed, the first thing that was done, he was arrested. I still don't know where he went. But that shows, what does that show about us as a government, as the private sector? How do we reward innovation within our country? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I think I'll now hand over to the panel. Oh, two more. Okay.
Oh, okay. My name is Wandia, and as per the discussion, there is a lot of heavy rather connotation to investors. What about the local communities in that particular area where these manufacturing industries are meant to be situated? Because under investor law, it seems to, or rather it does protect mostly the interest of the investor. It looks to see, okay, what can we do for them to be attracted to us as a country? But again, questions come up as to what about the local communities serving in that particular area? As Prof has commented, the costs of energy are being borne by the consumers, by the local communities who are us. Therefore, what steps should be taken to ensure that there is a balance between the investor, whatever the investor rights or rather needs may be, and also the needs of the local communities around the areas that the investors seek to invest.
Thank you, Andia. And the final question.
The last question. My name is Martin Matthew, a law student at African Nazarene University, a participant of this amazing competition. How can a state that is already experiencing the severe impacts of climate change effectively respond? And what role should it take when overwhelmed by climate-related challenges? Should it broaden the tax base? And if so, how can it balance with economic growth? Because there might be overlaps of priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now hand over to the panel in no particular order. Okay.
I would give Madam Anne the first opportunity, as the first question was directed to her.
Okay, so I think the first question may have been directed to Winnie and I, but I can kick us off. In terms of, preferential tax areas, which is, what Prof has mentioned, like the economic processing zones, export processing zones, Kenya went further to even introduce the special economic zones. So whilst the EPZs have been there, I think, from the early 1990s, the SEZs are very new. And so, because I think the law came into effect in 2016. So I've had a first-hand seat in seeing how the preferential tax regimes morph, the considerations that go into them, and the various pros and cons, I would say, that come from those. So if we take the SEZs, which are very, they're meant to be all-encompassing, very broad, very umbrella-like. In fact, the government intends to absorb the EPZs into the SEZs. That is cabinet's intention. And I think they've put out a few cabinet memos that have crystallized that over the last year. And so when the EPZs come into the fold of the SEZs, the questions will be, okay, the harmonization of rates, harmonization of incentivizations, breaks, etc., which is already ongoing. So if we take into account what government is looking to achieve with these areas, they are intended to first attract investment. So the question around this has been, what forms of investment is it intended to attract, and what thresholds are in place? When I talk about thresholds, that's not an area that's really been monitored historically, but government is currently very, very keen in ensuring that if you're going into one of the preferential tax areas, then you have to bring in what they call significant investment. Significant investment is undefined currently. It's supposed to be, in their policies. But what I've seen on the ground is they do know what they mean. For example, I've had clients who want to shift from the domestic regime into the SEZs because of the lower, tax incentivizations. And, when we go to the authorities, they say, no. You've been operating perfectly normally, unless you can give us a very good commercial reason for why you're looking to move, and also demonstrate to us that you're going to have a very significant influx of FDI. Yeah, so the foreign direct investment, they don't permit. Number two, they are now monitoring employment levels. And so once you make a case to go into the preferential tax areas, I think the EPZs have been very successful in creating, hundreds of thousands of jobs, historically. They are not high-end jobs, they are low-end jobs, yes. However, they keep things moving, right? When it comes to the SEZs, their intention is to create a very different level of employment, a much higher caliber. In fact, they've gone down to the level of looking at what is the, are your employees going to be unskilled? Are they semi-skilled? Are they skilled? Are they, what levels of expatriate employees are you bringing in? Are they highly skilled? Within what time frame are they going to skills transfer to local people? And they are monitoring that on a quarterly basis. So I have clients who are bearing the brunt of this, being front runners into that area, where they have to report quarterly, they have to report half yearly more extensively, and at the end of the year, they are their licenses are renewed on an annual basis, as it is today, and those questions are very hot questions. So if you did not make progress over the year in either the investment thresholds, the employment thresholds, there's one more that they look at, one additional parameter which is keeping my brain right now, but they look at all those bits, and if you're not meeting those categories, then they do not renew the license. And that is something that I've seen happen practically, and is something that is happening. And it's coming from the Kenya Revenue Authority simply saying, we cannot have business as usual, i.e., erosion, they call it, erosion of taxes from the main, from the main pot. So if a business was going to do well in the ordinary regime, they will not allow a crossover, they will not allow added incentivizations. So these areas are intended for really big players, and that's, I think, how they are currently implementing. When it comes to peculiarities, I'll give two. One being, and I've taken both of them from, one specific client, who's very big on on-ground reading of people, of the Kenyan people. And one of them is for asset-financed products. If you give Kenyans the option of paying daily, weekly, or monthly, Kenyans opt to pay daily in multiple transactions per day. So assuming someone is supposed to pay back 100 bob, they would rather pay little bits of 10 bob, 10 bob, 10 bob, 10 bob, 10 bob, 10 bob to accumulate their 100 bob through multiple transactions, which then accumulate to like 10 transactions in that particular day. Usually it's for like 1,000 shillings, 1,000 shilling payments. They keep at the 100 in order to come under the fees, the transaction fees for the mobile transaction that would be happening at that point. So that's one thing, because whenever the Revenue Authority asks for statements, their M-Pesa statements upon audit, these particular financiers have a very, very difficult time. They have millions of transactions per month because of our peculiar habits as Kenyans. The second one is how we love phones. And we love phones that that connect to the internet. And so I've got a client whose portfolio has grown in leaps and bounds over a 2-year period because of our love for phones that access the internet. And so on average, in a country where we are saying, we are very broke, we are very, 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 very broke, as a people will spend between, roughly around 15,000 shillings on a phone that they are accessing finance to. So it's very interesting how, the things that make us tick as a people. And I think last year when there was the Gen Z movement, that number just grew unbelievably. Everybody wanted to be on X. Everybody wanted to, have something to say. And it's not in the main towns, it's across the entire country. Yeah. So I hope those two fit.
Thank you, Anne. Second question on, I think, do we reward innovation? Okay.
Thank you, Jeremy. So I'll just pick on that one. It's a very good question because from private investors and private sector, the lady, my good friend there, spoke about how do you engage with the communities. So I just want to give an example. For example, East African breweries, Bidco, Sasini, some of the larger investors and manufacturers, they give out contract farming opportunities to the community. Now, for breweries, it'll be sorghum, barley. For Bidco, soya, sunflower, maize, and for Sasini will be macadamia, avocado, among others. So Kenya is a strong agribusiness economy, and this is the sustainable contracts that will be with entrepreneurs for a long time. It's not a short term. So these are opportunities where the communities can benefit from revenue generation, but also from agribusiness and from value addition, which are really some outstanding ways of creating entrepreneurship for the young people. Then the other thing that the investors and the private sector does is give the young people opportunities, for example, to be distributors, to be part of the ecosystem, to be part of the transport facilitators and so forth. So you will find the investors always engaging the communities. The second one, which I may touch, and my friend there talked about, is innovation. So most of the universities have incubation centers, and the private sector are very keen in partnering with universities so that they can start the innovation centers across the 47 counties. One great innovation that we must think about as you talk about the aviation business, and my background from the aviation business, is the use of drones, the last mile deliveries. It's not only for Kenya, for the rest of the world. Everybody wants their products with the digital fintech and payments of M-Pesa. It becomes easier to drop your groceries and your shopping to your house. So right now there are drone companies that are training young people to be drone pilots. I'm not saying you change your career, but what I'm trying to say, the last mile business is going to be very big for Kenya. So that innovation of delivering to home delivery, where people going less to the shopping malls, is happening in a big way across Kenya and across Africa. So how does this innovation of last mile delivery, including setting up distribution and logistical companies, embracing laws and legal leadership into those investments so that you create solutions for the private sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Winnie, you had something? Okay. Dennis, the person.
Okay. Just wanted also to make some responses. Yes, actually, there is a lot of reward in innovation. I'm a beneficiary of actually one of the incubation centers stationed in KU. So I have seen startups come from zero to something big, as astronomical growth. But I will speak in the context especially of our local manufacturers. At the Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation, we run a program known as the Energy Management Award, which has been running for 20 years through a public-private partnership with the government, the Ministry of Energy. And in one of these awards, actually there's an award called the Young Innovators Award. Somebody has come up with solutions that has actually led to the increased sustainable manufacturing practices of an organization. And I'll give an example with one particular award winner who was actually an Atachi, 5th year student. She was attached at a local beverage manufacturing organization, and she came up with an innovation of how to reduce the number of times the production line stops that leads to wastage of water. So they were able to quantify how much water was reduced due to this innovation, and because of that, her attachment was extended beyond her graduation, and she even became an employee in that organization. So yes, innovation is actually rewarded in this country. With respect to communities, I'm glad Herman really mentioned the issues of ESG, and local manufacturers are really keen on it. ESG basically stands for environment, social, and governance. So there's the environment aspect of it, there's the social bit of it, and it's anchored on 3 key pillars. Number 1 is the people. So if you're setting up a setup for manufacturing or business, how are you impacting the people in the organization, in the community around? That metric has to be taken. How are you impacting the local environment? How are your governance structures? Is there issues of some petty cash has to go through the MD? Those are issues on governance. But that's the first pillar. The second pillar is on sustainability, in terms of how you're impacting the environment. And the last one is on resilience. How quickly are you agile in changing your tact in time of a catastrophe? So there's a question that was asked about how we respond as a country that is burdened with the issues of climate change, do we increase the tax base? There are innovative ways of increasing the tax base. Number one is these ESG metrics. It is going to punish you from the market side, and also locally, the policies may also decide to punish you. If Kenya decided to introduce something like a carbon tax, like South Africa, that would really push us into actually transitioning faster. But are we ready for that? No. If there is a reward, the incentives that are being talked about, that is beyond tax breaks. Because I remember one particular aspect was on the regulations on energy efficiency. That, okay, I have reached this level of energy consumption. What reward is there? Number one is the monetary reward. I reduced my costs. But there has to be another one. And what I just mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, the good laws which we never use, to be honest, there's a particular law that has been at the CS's desk for the last 5 years. It's draft, it's complete, it's very good for manufacturers, but it's not being gazetted. So with such issues not being addressed, we are not able to take advantage of other areas to broaden our tax base rather than going to tax production. If you tax production, consumption is going to be expensive. We actually did an analysis at CAM and we realized last year alone with the increased fuel prices, government lost revenue in tax. Not because more EVs are coming into the market, no, but less people were using the road. Less fuel was being consumed. But if they're not making decisions based on facts, data that is actually being collected on the ground and informing their decisions, then we'll always be in this cycle of talking the same things 10 years ago, 10 years to come. Yeah.
Thank you, Dennis, for that. And just before I let you go, yourself, Chris, and I think Herman have spoken about ESGs. And looking from the perspective of ESGs, you find that most organizations or companies incorporate ESG's goals in their corporate social and responsibility taglines rather than a main priority in the organizations. Do you think from your perspectives that can change and that they can incorporate ESGs as one of their main priority goals instead of just treating it as a CSR project?
Absolutely. Actually, companies are very deliberate about it. At CAM, we started an ESG program late last year, but we have a challenge on identifying the ESG readiness of an organization. Like, where are you at in your journey? So we are also really trying to co-create these programs with those who are ahead, those who are intentional about getting ahead in terms of improving the ESG metrics, so that we can come up with something that is highly localized. Of course, there's the issue of awareness, and that's actually why we started the program, just to help people be more aware about the ESG metrics, considering most people are actually just treating it as a CSR. So we're also trying to sensitize the players in the space that ESG is not CSR. ESG is beyond that, and it's bigger. You have to be more intentional. But I'll let maybe Herman contribute more on it.
Thank you. ESG definitely is beyond CSR, and we have moved beyond the point where an organization would simply have a tagline on CSR and say, we are big on CSR, and what do you do about CSR? Because when it comes to ESG, there are even audits on an institution or a company to see your level of compliance with ESG, so that a company would then come up with a specific policy on ESG. And so when we talk about, I think there was a question about us talking about investors and what is the place of the local community or indigenous people. A company that has proper ESG policy that they are following would definitely have the place of the local community, and how they respond to the needs of the local community would form part of their ESG policy. So ESG policy is important, and every institution, every company, be it private or whichever form, needs to have it. I'm not sure whether Kenyatta University has one. But I have to say that even us as a law firm, we have an ESG policy. So it's important that we go that direction, because the days of just CSR statement and moving on from there is long past. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we wrap up, I would like to invite each of our panelists in a brief minute to give us their final thoughts. What is one key takeaway or action point you would like our audience to leave with?
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was asking if I'm the first. Yeah, so final thoughts. First, let me re-emphasize, what I said in my opening remarks today at the opening ceremony, that, you're the future. And if you keep a lot of these things boxed in or hidden in terms of your gifts, your talents, your thoughts, your ideas, then nobody really, they'll remain exactly that. Somebody else is going to come along from wherever else in the world and implement those things or voice them. They'll look brilliant, yet you had the idea and you had the answer to a lot of those things. So keep putting your thoughts, your ideas out there through forums such as this, participate, because out of that is where even we hear from you and we learn, and we then go ahead and, we talk to people in policy, and we are then able to shape a lot of the things that, that matter in a country like ours. Unlike a lot of the gloom and doom that circulates everywhere, and especially in this era where we wake up, we are hit with taxes left, right, and center. I even stopped keeping count. Is it AHL? Is it SHASHIF? Is it NSSF that's increased? What is going on? It's a lot. And in the landscape that we're in, it's very easy to look at it from a gloom and doom perspective, and to look at it in terms of our country is really stuck and not going to go anywhere. And unlike many people who choose to believe that, I am not a believer in that. Because on the other side, I get sight of very many things that are working through the trenches, but they are working nonetheless. They could definitely work better, could definitely work more efficiently, and could definitely grow faster than they are currently growing. But it's a season. I like to think of things as seasonal. We will take the lessons that we're learning through this season, and we will ensure that in the future, through you, through those that come after you, through even us in our generation and the generations that follow us, we will definitely ensure that we don't repeat a lot of the mistakes that we are seeing being made. We are seeing the harm that it does on so many levels in terms of our society, and in terms of our economy. But in terms of, does the future look great for Kenya? I've been joking about it, at work, but it's not a joke that from, I think, November, we've had people sleep in the office many nights until now because of the overload of investor confidence that's there. There's so much money being directed this way. It's unbelievable. And you cannot tell me that that is happening for a country that is doomed to fail. Yeah, so there's a lot of hope from very many other quarters. I think when we're on the ground, sometimes we just don't feel it. We don't see it because we're just surviving. But the reality is, and it's not just us. There are very many practitioners, professionals that are very busy in this season. Now, unfortunately, because of our cyclical election, madness, it is anticipated, all this hullabaloo is because everybody is expecting this to be the productive year, 2026 to be productive, and then a lull and a slump in 2027 as we elect our leaders in that year. So until we get to shape up some of those things that become cyclical and affect us, every 5-year cycle, why should investors predict that something is going to hit us and make our economy dead for a year, and then we reignite it with so much energy thereafter? So I think there's a lot happening. put your mindsets in the right place. Look at your lane. I like to tell those that work with me, choose your lane, run your race, and run it excellently. That's all you can do for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Winnie?
I want to mention something. Just forgive me. There's a question that has not been answered on the other side. There's a participant who was concerned that do we have to increase the tax base in order to achieve climate sustainability? And I would like to say that there are other innovative ways to do that. We know that as a country, the government of Kenya sometimes gives treasury bonds to raise funds to finance the budget. In some countries also, they have something called blue bonds, where investors come and they put money, and that money is only meant to address issues of marine protection. And through that, the investors get their interest, but again, you find that the marine is protected and more money is accumulated to grow the economy. And another one, that is a good example in Seychelles. There is also in Mexico, they are also doing something called Quintana Roo Reef parametric insurance. So in this, you find that there's a trust, a kitty, where the private investors and the public government, they put money together, so that if there is a very high level of hurricane that destroys the coral reef, the local communities they're engaged to prepare or to repair the coral reef immediately within 1 week, and then they're paid. So it is a plus to the economy, it's a plus to the investors along the coastal lines, and it's a plus to the local communities because they get to earn some money for their livelihood. So I would like to say that there are other ways. So just as Madam has said, that we should not lose hope. Our economy is stable, only that we need to practice some of the policies. Some of the things you've heard me mention are enshrined, or they have been developed in, there's a document currently in Kenya called the Green Financing Framework. It's in the Ministry of Treasury. So it means that there are experts already in the Ministry of Treasury who understands some of the alternative ways of raising income and revenues, so that Kenya is not burdened with taxes. Finally, let me say that as a parting shot, attaining climate sustainability will help us as a country, because you realize that Kenya, we are blessed with resources. So if we can invest in climate sustainability, it means we'll have more jobs. Our future will be sure, because we'll not be having worries of climate change. And even the young people will have confidence in our country. So that means that we can manage it with good taxes policies. We can manage climate sustainability, and it's a call. It's a call to the Kenyan government that we practice even some of the things that are enshrined in there's a document called the Energy Investment Plan 2030 to 2050 that promises 500,000 jobs for the youth. So it's something we can push for as young people, as brilliant minds, so that we have a climate sustainable country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mine are two as we come to a close. One is that as we discuss green economy, one of the biggest concerns and considerations is transparency and accountability. And I believe that this conference is dealing with that as one of the issues. I once advised a client who wanted to invest in renewable energy through waste that we collect in this country in different cities. So they wanted to recycle waste. And this client came from Turkey, and they wanted to negotiate with the county government. They said, we want to start with 2 counties as a pilot project, so that at the end of it, we can then spread it across the country. And when they came, they had 2 first meetings with 2 governors, and they left, they never came back. And when we followed up, of course, because for us that was business, what happened? Beyond the fact that it was an issue that was going to help the country in us investing in renewable energy, this was legal fee. And the client told us that in those 2 meetings, 2 different governors, the response was the same. What is in it for me? And the moment the answer was not what was expected, there was no goodwill, and so it was not possible to continue. So it's very important that we look at it from the perspective of accountability and transparency for the investor confidence, for them to come and invest in renewable energy. Number 2, and lastly for me, when we talk about green economy, at the center of green economy is innovation. And innovation in this era of technology is done at this level where you guys are. The young people are the ones who are involved in the biggest innovation that we have. And so as we have people in the tech sector, those who are in other areas and sectors studying innovation and how to create different solutions to the problems that we have, as lawyers, we are also not left behind. So through research, we can also come up with innovative solutions, because a lot of times the law lags behind. So people innovate, and then we realize that something has happened, and so we need the law to regulate that sector. Isn't it possible for us to also continually come up with new ideas to predict where innovation is headed, so that even as lawyers, we already have solutions at the point when we are moving towards the right direction. And you guys are at the center of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hama.
Okay, for me, I just want to say the green economy is alive, kicking and well, and you're the people to drive that economy. If you take a moment and think about an incident that happened, I don't know whether it was last year or last year, but one about an issue with a tea brand that had human rights issues. It was almost cancelled, right? So this generation, the Generation Z, are very conscious about what they are consuming. It's not just about the tea. How was this tea grown? Who grew this tea? How was it transported? Were there, see the way at the end of the movie, no animals were hurt in the production of this movie. These products will have to have something like that. That bottle of plastic you have there, how much recycled plastic is going into it? And you'll be conscious about it. You'll be saying, I'm not drinking this brand, I'm drinking this brand. So it's alive and well. So please be hopeful. The future is not bleak. To be honest, the only people who can sustain that growth and just have that vision come to life is you. So that's just my encouragement for you. And I'll leave you with something that I learned about the 7 habits of highly effective people. There are 2 circles. There's a circle of influence and the circle of concern. The circle of concern are those things you cannot influence. The laws, who is drafting the policies, those are things you may not be able to influence. But there are those things you can do as yourself. And as Haman has said, the law will just follow. If they are seeing that people are recycling a lot of plastics, let's develop a policy around that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And lastly, Chris.
So thank you very much. First, my challenge to all of you is the glass half full or is the glass half empty? So from leadership, I speak from the investors and from the private sector. What I can reassure you, the private sector will empower leaders, young leaders, and the private sector will continue to invest in Kenya. The Kenyan economy is resilient, and we have a very strong market. But one of the areas that I would like young leaders like you, as you develop and you go into practice and you go into the private sector and you go to become entrepreneurs, keep in mind the African Continental Trade Agreement is one of the areas where we have the greatest opportunity, especially for leaders like you. The intra-Africa trade is still working on single digits, while the European markets and the Asia markets are trading among themselves at double digits. So both the laws, the framework, sustainability, the growth of manufacturing. Manufacturing is about 6 or 7% of GDP. Manufacturers are going to invest to make the contribution to around 15% of GDP. So what I can reassure you that a lot of the industries, the fintech, energy, manufacturers, will continue to be big employers and will continue to make many of you entrepreneurs. So the glass is half full, and we have to be innovative and be consistent to support the young leaders coming into private sector. Like I started this discussion, private sector drives 80% of the GDP. So remember, I speak on behalf of private sector leaders. We welcome you, and we want you to work hard. We want you to get good results, and come and talk to us, and we'll definitely want to employ the best of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. And that brings us to the end of our panel discussion today. A round of applause to our panelists. I shall now hand over to Hamisi.
So we can also give a round of applause for our very able moderators, Jeremy and Aisha. Now, at this point, I would like to invite Professor Millet to gift our panelists. Okay, so I hope our photographers are on set. So we'll start with Chris Diaz, Mr. Chris Diaz. Okay, next we'll have Miss Anne Mubia. We'll have Mr. Haman Omiti go next. Miss Winnie Ogutu will follow. And last but not least, Mr. Dennis Karaoke. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much, Professor Millet. I believe you have been empowered. I believe you have gotten the, the insights that they had. Okay, so as Jeremy has said, that is the end of that second panel. We meet again tomorrow, where we'll be having another panel discussion, which will be starting at 9 a.m., right? Yes, 9 a.m. Please ensure that you come with a friend so that at least they get, the knowledge that you're also receiving today. Yeah, so.
Also, if it's not too much to ask, Jeremy and I are requesting a photo with our panelists.
Okay, great. We can give them a clap as they have a photo. And Professor Millet, I think you can join in. So another reminder, so tomorrow we'll be hosting Ms. Faith Othiambo, the President of the Law Society of Kenya, who will be part of that panel discussion. So I believe you don't want to miss it, so make sure you're there. Okay. Okay, so you are free to leave at your own pleasure. And thank you so much for coming.